Okay, happy holidays, everyone, and welcome to the Charles County Board of Education, December 14th, 2021 meeting. I will now call this meeting to order. Will you please join me in reciting the Pledge of Allegiance? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. So, Dr. Navarro, it's my understanding we have a special presentation to start off.
We do, and I believe that, Noah's here to do the honors.
Good afternoon, Chairperson, members of the board, Dr. Navarro, and members of the community. It's my pleasure to be in front of you today and to introduce some very exceptional people from our school community. I'm Bradley Snow, the Director of Transportation, and with us today are two individuals who played a major role in safely managing an emergency which could have ended with tragic results. I will take a moment to share what transpired on the afternoon of December 1st, 2021. Jade Russell, who's here with us here today, is a 14-year-old freshman at North Point High School who also attended Mount Hope Elementary and General Smallwood Middle School here in Charles County. On the afternoon of December 1st, 2021, Jade was on her way home as a passenger on her school bus. Jade boarded the bus and said hello to the driver as she normally does each day. Jade often speaks to the driver, and the driver refers to her by name. As the bus went along its normal route, a few students alerted the driver to their approaching stops, which seemed unusual. Jade's house is the second scheduled stop on the bus route. The bus continued past her stop on this day. At one point, Jade's friend informed the driver that she had missed Jade's stop. The driver did not seem to know Jade or her stop at that time. After all the students were dropped off, Jade remained on the bus. Jade approached the driver as the bus was traveling at a very low rate of speed and had crossed the center line. Jade knew something was wrong with the driver. In the meantime, Jade's mother had reached out to the school regarding her whereabouts as Jade had not yet arrived home. Mr. Kraft, a transportation supervisor, radioed the bus for their status. There was a brief interaction requesting more information, but our office received no response from the driver. At that time, Jade spoke to Mr. Kraft using the school bus radio and stated that the driver was not responding to his calls on the radio and indicated that there was something very wrong. Mr. Kraft gave directions to Jade and she relayed them calmly to the driver. Jade stood next to the driver as the bus slowly traveled down the road and came to a stop on the side, only to begin again. Eventually, with Jade's persistence, the driver was able to safely bring the bus to a complete stop on the roadway. The transportation office was able to dispatch emergency services using the location provided by Jade, along with the onboard GPS. Emergency and school personnel arrived to assist Jade and the driver, who was experiencing a medical emergency. Because of Jade's calm demeanor and heroic response to this crisis, no one was severely injured and everyone arrived home safely. Jade is an outstanding example of the good that can happen when a person with a courageous heart and a clear mind takes the initiative to help when they are needed most. Jade, the transportation staff, and the Charles County Public Schools would like to thank you for being such an admirable student and member of our Charles County community. Thank you so very much. We're also joined today by another individual who truly exemplifies what it means to serve Charles County. Ms. Chanel Wilson is a school bus driver for Swan Transportation, a contracted school bus service owned and operated by Mr. Adam Dyson. Unfortunately, Adam could not join with us today in this celebration. Ms. Wilson has been a resident of Charles County since 2005, and all three of her children are graduates of La Plata High School. That same year, she began her career as a school bus driver in Charles County, worked for Keller Transportation prior to recently moving to Swan Transportation. On the afternoon of December 1st, Ms. Wilson was en route to the Nanjemoy Creek Environmental Center for an afternoon transfer when she heard the dialogue between Jade and the transportation office. She immediately jumped into action and responded to Mr. Kraft on the bus radio. Ms. Wilson informed Mr. Kraft that she was in the immediate vicinity and could get to the location of the bus in about 4 minutes to assist the driver. When Ms. Wilson arrived, she strategically placed her bus in a position that would prevent the other bus from moving and quickly rendered aid to the driver prior to EMS arriving. She called 911 to give further details, only to find that she was speaking to Emergency Services King George, Virginia, due to the proximity across the Potomac River. Virginia Emergency Services were able to reroute her call to Charles County, and she was able to provide them with critical information regarding the driver's condition. Ms. Wilson provided swift support and comfort to both the driver and the student until the ambulance and other personnel arrived. Everyone was able to get the help they needed that day, and we are here to recognize the brave efforts made by Ms. Wilson that helped ensure that fact. Ms. Wilson's actions on December 1st are a prime example of the level of professionalism our community receives from sincerely dedicated school bus drivers across this county. I want to make it known that another Swan Transportation driver, Mr. Robert Thomas, also alerted us immediately and informed us that he was also available to assist. CCPS Transportation relies on a team of committed professionals to operate a complex multi-tiered student transit system across this county. We in the Transportation Department are fortunate to hear many examples of drivers offering to help one another on the bus radio throughout the day. On this particular day, when confronted with the knowledge of a developing emergency, Ms. Wilson did not turn her radio down or shy away from danger. She rose to the occasion and helped those in need with her quick thinking and sincere commitment to our community. We are grateful to you, Ms. Wilson. You are a heroic member of our transportation team, and we are fortunate to have you on board. You heard a call for help, and you answered it without hesitation. Thank you for your compassion and dedication you have for the well-being of our entire community. Thank you so very much.
Thank you, Mr. Snow. It's not every day that we get the distinct honor of recognizing two individuals who made such heroic efforts. God bless you for what you did. You probably saved someone's life, and a tremendous amount of gratitude to both of you. And our intent is not to embarrass you, but to celebrate your efforts, because what you did was clearly heroic. So thank you again, and happy holidays to you. So, Dr. Navarro?
Thank you so much. Good afternoon, Chairperson Wilson, Vice Chairperson McGraw, and board members and staff. My update to you today includes a focus on social-emotional learning, the mental health and well-being of students, and supports available through Charles County Public Schools to both students and their families. Please bear with me as I also share additional important updates. Earlier this month, the nation watched the news unfold about a shooting at Oxford High School in Michigan. This, unfortunately, is not an isolated event, and it occurred in a year when we have not only seen a rise in serious incidents in schools across the nation, but also a rise in the behavioral health needs of students throughout our nation's schools, including here in CCPS. Often, after such publicized school safety incidents, districts experience an increase in school safety threats and reports. This has been the case here in Charles County Public Schools. In a recent community update to parents and staff, I shared the process in place when we learn of any threat to school safety. The safety of students and staff in our schools is top priority, And as such, administrators work with both the Office of School Safety and Security and the police to investigate any and every reported threat. We need the help of all to ensure our schools are safe places to learn and work. Furthermore, I urge parents to please continue to monitor your child's online technology use and social media accounts. And I ask students to use technology responsibly and not use social media platforms and other online places for bullying, posting of fights, or to disseminate misinformation or inappropriate videos. I continue to urge our students, parents, and the community to report any concerns to school administrators, police, or by using our anonymous See Something, Say Something tool posted on our website. Part of our focus on school safety is also to share resources available to students, staff, and families. Charles County Public Schools is not only committed to the academic achievement of students, but also on supporting their behavioral, social, and emotional well-being. I want to commend school counselors, pupil personnel workers, school psychologists, and all other staff that throughout this year has extended their supports to our students and their families. Over the summer, school administrators, counselors, pupil personnel workers, and school psychologists completed a crisis prevention training that focused specifically on de-escalation strategies for students and families. These trainings continue, and our staff use these strategies with students and to work with families so they can use the same strategies at home. There are many emotions when an incident occurs, and while we work through any necessary disciplinary actions, as educators, we're also invested in teaching our students that sometimes the hardest part to do as a member of a community is to restore a broken relationship and move forward. The reality is that we need the help of our families to work with school personnel to de-escalate conflicts that can begin in school and/or in the community, and continue to work with us as we work to restore relationships. To provide additional supports to families, we have also launched virtual evening workshops. Through these workshops, families can learn about conflict resolution, how to help their child navigate their emotions, tips for communicating with their child, and helping children develop healthy friendships with their peers. All of the workshops are and will be posted under the mental health section of the school system website. You can quickly look at a quick links menu for mental health. Actually, last night, Mr. Williams, the counselor at Henson, did a wonderful presentation to families I joined regarding coping strategies. And tomorrow night at 6:30, one of our counselors from La Plata, Ms. Pearson, is hosting a workshop about healthy friendships. I encourage our families to visit the website to see what topics are of interest to you and your family. Finally, as CCPS gradually moves towards a complete reopening, schools are launching family engagement and volunteer opportunities. Many schools are looking for adults to mentor students and support in-school programs. Please check with your child's or your neighborhood school to see what volunteer opportunities are available to support our students. We're excited to welcome back in our schools our community members. Their engagement through mentoring and volunteering no doubt strengthens our school system. In case you missed it, CCPS held a virtual meeting this week about the new iReady assessment program. Staff provided tips for parents to review their child's fall iReady data reports. Students in grades 1 through 8 and some 9th graders take this diagnostic adaptive assessment. A recording of the meeting, as well as details about the iReady and the presentation shared by staff, is posted on the school system website. Please take a few minutes to review this important information. In other news, the Maryland State Board of Education met earlier this month to discuss the mask mandate in public schools. State Superintendent of Schools, Mohammed Shahrdi, shared a proposal with the State Board on December 7th outlining 3 off-ramps for the face mask requirements in schools. The off-ramps include allowing a local Board of Education to eliminate a mask mandate in schools if at least 80% of the county's population is fully vaccinated for COVID-19, given each local superintendent authority to remove the mask mandate for a school or facility with confirmation that 80% of students and staff have been fully vaccinated, and allowing a local superintendent to lift the requirement if the county has reported 14 consecutive days of a moderate and low transmission rate of COVID-19 cases as reported by the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention. The state board approved the proposal in a 12-to-1 vote, which would replace current COMAR regulations that are set to expire on February 25th of 2022. The measure must be approved by the General Assembly's Joint Committee on Administrative, Executive, and Legislative Review. A reminder, that our athletics and extracurricular students have been in a screening program which participating students either provide proof of a COVID vaccination or screen weekly. As we have seen a spike in COVID cases in both staff and students in recent weeks, I urge both our staff and families to talk to their doctor about the option of getting the COVID-19 vaccine or ensuring you receive your booster if already vaccinated. We will continue to work with the Maryland Department of Education and our local and state health partners to monitor the COVID-19 data. I want to end today's update with a few mentions of outstanding accomplishments of our students and staff, beyond the ones you heard earlier today. I want to again congratulate the It's Academic team from McDonough High School for its first place win at our local event. I attended the event and was highly impressed with the teamwork among all competing students. Students in all teams did very well, and it was exciting to watch the competition. Actually, it was humbling because I couldn't answer all the questions. I'm sure my peers felt the same way. The team from McDonough moves on to the regional level of play, and I must mention that this is the first time in 15 years that a McDonough It's Academic team moves forward in the competition. I urge all to catch the team on channel NBC4 on February 26th as they compete against Montgomery Blair and Osborne Park High Schools. Our winter sports season is in full swing, and indoor events are back to 100% capacity. Schedules for winter sports are posted on the Southern Maryland Athletic Conference website. I have attended a few events recently, including the high school and middle school choir concert, along with some swim meets and basketball games. I know our students are excited to continue moving forward to normal events during the school year. And I am glad that we instituted proactive measures to allow us to enjoy winter activities. I think it's important to note that our staff has spent the past several weeks supporting the community through food drives, coat drives, holiday baskets, and meal deliveries to families in need. Although the pandemic has caused added stressors to many, our staff continues to support children and their families through the holidays. I'm fortunate to be part of an organization that values generosity, kindness, and giving back to the community, not only during the holidays, but each day of the year. And finally, as a reminder, Charles County Public Schools is closed for its winter break from December 23rd through December 31st. I hope our board members, teachers, students, and their families, staff, and our community members enjoy the long break and the holiday season. Thank you for your continued support, and I wish you all a joyful holiday season.
Thank you, Dr. Navarro. Next on the agenda is board correspondence. Mr. Lucas.
Thank you, Chairman Wilson. Season's greetings, everybody. It's been a busy month, I know, for myself and the rest of my fellow board members. I'm part, as are other members, of a subgroup that the superintendent has put together to look at various aspects of the blueprint, and we've had several meetings, as have the other subgroups, and I think they are extremely useful, and we're already interacting and collaborating with local government, so they're aware of the impacts of the blueprint at a local level. Yesterday we had a meeting of the MABE Legislative Committee and Federal Relations Committee. Ms. Brown was part of that as well. And MABE also put on a presentation a couple weeks ago on the blueprint, which several of my board members and myself attended virtually, and that was very, very informative. As Superintendent mentioned, we're into winter sports. I've been to some basketball and wrestling events, and I look forward to attending other events as well. And it is great that we're back at 100% capacity. Superintendent mentioned McDonough. Congratulations to them and their academic team. Last week, I was fortunate enough to be part of a panel at the MACO conference. That's the Maryland Association of Counties in Cambridge, and there was a session on the impacts of COVID and the learning gap and equity going forward in recovering from that. And it was very well attended, particularly for being 3 o'clock in the afternoon. The room was packed, and there were some good questions from county officials, and appreciate the opportunity to do that. I took a couple of slides from a presentation that the superintendent gave a couple of sessions ago to show, our data and the state data and the impacts of COVID. And I think that it was an eye-opener to the county officials. So thank you, Superintendent Navarro, for putting that together. It was very well received. And finally, during this holiday time, if you're able to help somebody that for whatever reason is a little less fortunate to you, I would just urge everybody to do that. So thank you very much, and happy holidays.
Ms. Abel?
Yes, I just have a couple of updates. One, I serve on the MABE Budget Committee. We met a couple of weeks ago, and the budget was passed. Unfortunately, it was for fiscal year 2023, and it includes a 4.5% increase in dues for all of the county. I will say that I was a dissenting vote for this because for several years, the committee has asked MABE to produce a breakout of some of the salaries there in the office, and they refused to do so. So I voted against it. It went forward, and it is what it is. Maryland Blueprint Policy Area 4, I serve on that committee along with Ms. Brown, and that one covers resources. We've met a couple of times now, and we are focusing on some outside of the box needs to cover those resources. That's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Abel. Mr. Hurd?
Thank you. So I've been keeping busy since we last met. So first, as I promised in the last meeting, I've been doing secondary school visits with the goal of hearing as much feedback as I can from students directly. So I'm just gonna shoot off some of the schools I've been to, but this is the full list. So Benjamin Stoddard Middle School, Picklewaxon Middle School, General Smallwood Middle School, John Hanson Middle School, Matthew Henson Middle School, Davis Middle School, McDonough High School, Thomas Stone High School, and then Milton Summers Middle School, which I just came from today. And in the coming weeks before the start of the new year, I am going to finish up by visiting Mattawoman Middle School and Lackey High School. And after that point, I will have been able to say that I have visited every secondary school in Charles County before the start of the new year. And I think it's very important that, we as a board are continuing to stay, as Ms. Wilson often says, boots on the ground, and getting that view of how are our policy decisions affecting students directly. And I would be remiss if I didn't show off a little petition I got from Milton Summers students as I walked out before coming here today. They handed it to me, and I made sure I would show it off at the board meeting. So this is a petition by Milton Summers students, and it's 3 pages long. They got about half of their 8th grade to sign it, and they said that they want to have December 20th, December 21st, and December 22nd off of school. And while we might not be able to make that happen, I do think, it's an important reminder of the strain we're putting on students and that they're always looking for additional opportunities to take a mental break, a brain break, and recover from the added workload over school. In addition to this, this past Saturday, I was able to attend the Maryland Association of Student Council's executive board meeting. At this meeting, we approved and amended the state student member of the board's election procedures, and that's going to be getting started this year, and it's a gentle reminder that we needed to get started on Charles County student members' elections for this year. It was a privilege last Friday to show State Student Member of the Board, Kevin Bokum, around Charles County with Dr. Navarro. And after I spoke with him, he was very impressed with all that we had to offer. And at the Maryland Association of Student Council's Executive Board meeting, he was bragging on Charles County. So mission success. In addition, I had the pleasure of attending the all-county middle and high school honors courses at Thomas Stone High School. And the energy in the room was awesome, and it was great to see parents out and about and really just soaking in all the hard work our students have been doing. And it was really a beautiful reminder of just how awesome in-person events can be now that we're back to normal for the most part. In addition to this, I was able to serve on a panel at the Southern Maryland Leadership Conference, which was hosted at St. Charles High School. And so this group consisted of entrepreneurs and different educational leaders and government leaders in Southern Maryland. And so our panel was youth members, but I was able to represent Charles County in speaking on what education needs in Southern Maryland. And it was really good to always plug our school system and be able to advertise that public-private partnerships are very much real and very much beneficial. And last, but certainly not least, I attended the It's Academic competition, and I wanted to congratulate McDonough High School on a historic victory, and it's my understanding that it has not occurred in a very long time for this school, so I'm very proud that McDonough is stepping up to the plate. Thank you.
Ms. Brown?
I had an opportunity to visit Dr. Brown Elementary School, and I was really impressed. I got there just in time. The kids were getting there, and I was so impressed with the way the teachers were greeting their students, and making them feel so welcome entering the building. I came across a substitute, and I thought she was a teacher, and she informed me she was a substitute, and I made sure that I welcomed her and told her how grateful we were for her. But she said she just enjoyed those kindergarten kids, and she loved doing it. I also attended J.P. Ryan, and I had an opportunity to go back Saturday for J.P. Ryan's kickoff of their African American program for black males. And Dr. Navarro was there along with Ms. Wilson. And I would ask the community that if you have any free time, please volunteer with that program, because they really do need people to volunteer to have a successful program. It sounds like they have a program that's going to be awesome. But in order to have an awesome program, you need people to volunteer. And there were a lot of males there, which was great to see. So, I mean, if you have any time to do anything, I would advise you to just contact J.P. Ryan and volunteer your services. I also had an opportunity to see our superintendent, Dr. Navarro, who was a panelist in the MAEC program. It was a virtual program, and it was a conversation among superintendents, and they were just freely sharing their advice to each other. So I'd like to congratulate her on that. And that's all I have for you today.
Okay. Mrs. Donna Lockhart?
Good afternoon, everyone, and happy holidays. I am as well a part of the CTE policy number 3 of the Blueprint Committee, Advisory Council, I apologize. And I had an opportunity, because I had a shiny star, a part of it, attend the winter concert at North Point last week and this Monday. They did a phenomenal job. I was so nice to be able to be in person to see the students perform again for a change. And I just wanted to piggyback on what Mike says. You know, this has been a difficult 2 years. And I just want to make sure that we lean on each other this holiday season, check on our neighbors. 'Cause it's been rough. I can't even get into the holiday season, but I just want to make sure that, you know, check on your strong friends, because sometimes they're not so strong. And I just wish you guys some restful, peaceful holiday time on your break. And thanks for all you do.
Mr. Hancock.
Thank you, Madam Chair. First, I'd like to wish everyone a Merry Christmas and a Happy Holidays. I guess this meeting marks, about our 3rd year anniversary as a board, which means we have about 1 more year left, if my math is correct. And it's been an interesting ride so far, but it's been fun, and I wouldn't want to do it with anybody else. So thank you for being here, and that includes
Right back at
everyone
you.
out there. I did have the opportunity to speak with several people in the community since the last time we met. I've spoken with several teachers and several parents, and I told them I would address their concerns at our meeting, and it's nothing that we don't know. Our teachers are under a tremendous amount of stress, not just our teachers, but all employees of the public school system. If you look at most any other profession, many of the professions right now, since the pandemic has hit, a lot of people in other professions don't even have to go into work right now. You can sit at home behind a computer and do your job, and in some cases it's probably easier than before the pandemic. For our staff, it's the total opposite. One of the few professions that you have to not only come into work, but you've got a lot more on your plate. And I think many of our teachers and staff are really feeling just how burdensome and how much of an effect that has on them. And I just ask my fellow board members that we continue to discuss and think of ways on how to address that. I don't have the answers, but I do hear everyone that is bringing those issues up, and I wouldn't want to be in your shoes right now. I own my own business. I get to do what I want. My job has gotten harder, but I can make my own rules. If I don't like something that's going on, I just don't do it, or find another way to do it. But our teachers don't have that luxury. And then you throw in the fact that you have some things going on lately where some students are doing some really ridiculous things, such as calling in false alarms of some just really disturbing things. And I had the opportunity to speak to some parents about that. And this may sound a little stern, but I would like to address the students that do those things. If you're in middle school and you think it's cool to pull a fire alarm or call in a mass shooting that's not true, that will haunt you for the rest of your life. There's a whole lot of jobs that you'll never have just for that one thing. And for the parents that are asking me, what are we going to do to fix that? Well, I'm a parent. It's our job as parents to fix that. I told my son, who's in 8th grade, if you ever think about doing that, you need to find another place to live because I didn't raise you to do that. So I call on my fellow parents. We all need to step up to the plate and stop that. This just makes... We're not doing our students any favors by allowing this to happen. They're ruining their lives, and they're ruining the lives of people who give up their time to try to provide them a top-notch education. That being said, Merry Christmas and Happy Holidays.
Well, I'd just like to say thank you, Mr. Hancock. Well said. Well said. So there's been lots of activities going on this month that I've participated in. First of all, I took advantage of some professional development activities by attending the May Board Service Academy on what the blueprint means for collective bargaining. I know the blueprint is a word that's been a buzzword around for the last few months, and the more information you know about the blueprint, the better off we will be. And I don't have enough information just yet, so I'll continue to learn as much as I can. I also I was very proud to represent Charles County and the MABE Association as a panelist on the State Board of Education special meeting on the masks mandate. There were interest groups from around the state, as well as the MABE panel had different school boards from around the state that gave differing views on their mask mandate. So it was very interesting to see that compilation of information come about in what was part of the meeting that they had last week. The input was in making their decision to move forward with or not move forward with masks. I also attended I'm on this Educational Equity Committee, and we are for the last 9 months, been developing a workbook for counties to use to monitor their equity policies, and that handbook is just about done. and should be ready for publication for counties to be able to use after the first of the year. I always enjoy watching students perform, so I was able to attend the all-county chorus for middle school and high school, first time in a couple of years, and the students did not disappoint. It was wonderful to see them perform that evening. And last but not least, I did attend the academic competition. Congratulations to all of the participants, and best of luck to McDonough High School as they move forward in their regional competition in February. I would just like to say that this has been a challenging year as well, with many lows and many, many highs as well. But I'm very grateful to everyone for their perseverance and their commitment to our school system. So many wishes for a very peaceful holiday season and new year. Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. McGraw. So happy holidays to everyone. I too attended the academic contest, and yes, McDonough, I believe the number of years has been 14 years since McDonough won. I'm at 15. 15!
Who's counting now, right?
years. And so it's always exciting to see the success of our students, and as mentioned before, so that the public understands, you're going to hear a lot about the blueprint of Maryland, and all of my colleagues serve on work groups in order to break it down and to make it work, and our children's well-being will depend on it. I had the opportunity to attend a MABE Board Service Academy involving the blueprint and bargaining. I've attended several sporting events, Thomas Stone versus Chaptacon JV Girls. I was over at the North Point swim meet on Friday. I watched a little bit of North Point versus Thomas Stone JV Boys, and I will tell you the Westlake versus St. Charles High School JV Boys, it was a thriller. It came down to the last seconds, and the house was full, and it was very exciting to be in there and to watch that activity. Though we sent out lots of press releases, it's always exciting to recognize, again, we have an All-American high school soccer player from Lackey High School, Micah Seger, who's a goalkeeper. To put this in perspective, there are only 44 seniors in the country that are selected, and he is one of those 44. This young man will be attending the University of Maryland. So I just wanted to shout out that Charles County has an All-American amongst its ranks. I also like to share that we have what is called a CASE program, Curriculum for Agriculture, Science, and Education, and there is a fast approaching deadline of December 21st. If you have an interest in the environment, agriculture, or natural resources, this is open to all 8th graders who want to step into a new challenge. I encourage you to submit your application no later than December 21st. As Ms. Brown has alluded to, Ms. Brown and myself, along with Dr. Navarro, was over at J.P. Ryan. That is a pilot school that is putting forth a concept of closing the achievement gap among African American boys. This is as a result of a task force that was led by Dr. Vermel Green, who has graciously come to the board and has given us an overview of this program. J.P. Ryan is not the only pilot program that's taken place in Charles County. It's also Westlake High School. And keep in mind, once again, Charles County is 2 pilot programs out of 14 in the entire state that is tackling head-on the disparities among African American males. And so our hope, as Ms. Brown has alluded to, like many schools, we need your help and support. So contact these 2 schools and see what you can do to step up and to enhance the lives of these young people. My colleagues have already mentioned this. and it's worth mentioning it again and again and again. And Dr. Navarro has brought it up. We need the help of all. As mentioned, there's a lot of achievement that was just shared here by my fellow board members. But there's one nagging issue, and that is the jokes, the rumors, the threats, and the passing on of negative commentary on social media, whether it's the children or the adults. We now live in a time that we need everybody to come together, and we need to be positive, and we need to reinforce the positive. It is the season of blessings, and we have a lot to be thankful for. Yes, we have many challenges before us, but we have a lot to be thankful for in Charles County Public Schools. But with our collaborative effort, we will maintain that status quo. So I'm asking you, over the holidays, where you're sitting at the dinner table, pulling that drumstick, biting off all that candy cane, have that conversation. Look out for one another. Check on one another's mental health. Dr. Navarro has already outlined a number of sources. If you need help, you have questions, there are places that you can go. There are people that you can ask. If you are seeing or witnessing behavior that is not appropriate, step up, say something. Again, tis the season to be jolly. Let's keep it that way. With your help, I'm confident that we will. With that said, happy holidays. If you see the gentleman in the red suit, I've been good. I've been good.
He won't believe you.
We won't believe you. So next up is Sean Howe, President of the Education Association of Charles County.
Thank you. I'd like to start by saying Merry Christmas and Happy Holidays to all. I come today to share the stories of educators that I've heard, have been shared with me from others, or that I've read. I'm going to let them speak to you today. They're not happy, and honestly, some of them are extreme, but this is the educator reality for the moment. These were made by dedicated educators who are trying to navigate this exceptionally challenging year. The single thing that you, our Board of Education, can do is to seek out ways to find us time to adjust to the myriad of challenges we are confronted with day in and day out in this current reality. Time to breathe, time to plan, time to grade, time. A comment I heard by a veteran teacher last week. I've been doing this for over 30 years, and this is the hardest year I've ever seen. It's even worse than my first year. Nobody in education ever says they wish it could be more like first year. And why is that? Because teachers grow into the positions. What are we growing into in this era? We're putting big Band-Aids on big problems that are continuing to grow. Teachers need time to process, reflect, and improve their craft. I come asking for time. Time to breathe, time to plan, time to grade, time. Another succinct comment from one of my peers, we still have the same planning time, but we have added 12 things to do. These 12 other things are beyond the typical teaching pressures that are built-in expectations of the job. We have several educators teaching out of their content areas, voluntarily giving up their planning period to help their schools, covering classes beyond their normal classes. They need time. I've heard a lot about student trauma, but not as much as about educator trauma. A fellow teacher of mine recently added concerns beyond what any job should have, but especially one with children. She said, I slept maybe 45 minutes last night. Just yesterday, there was a threat of gun violence in one of our high schools, a false 911 call reporting an active shooter causing the school to go on lockdown in one of our middle schools, an airsoft gun found on a student backpack in another middle school, and community problems overflowing into the school setting resulting in fights. This is one single day, and every day is like this. A great principal that I once worked for said there's a reason we have breaks and summers off. We need to recharge. Unfortunately, we are losing educators every day to resignations for people that can't endure in the current environment. I come today asking for time. Time to breathe, time to plan, time to grade, time. These educator comments have been in my head these days, and honestly, I have trouble not thinking about them. Every one of these stories I've shared affects a teacher, a classroom, and a home. I want to leave you today with one final educator comment. I have really thick skin and I don't let things bother me that much. It's been hell. We have kids jumping each other, parents fighting in the office, and kids who refuse to follow any school rule that doesn't suit them. All of this chaos means I can't get into classrooms and support my new teachers and help them cope and develop as a professional. There are days the alarm goes off in the morning and the first thought is, Jesus, another day. I've been a new teacher, made the transition to admin without once waking up in terror of the day ahead. If I'm feeling that way, I can't imagine what the rest of the employees feel when they wake up in the morning to come to school. I come to you today to share these stories and ask you again to seek out ways to find us time. The single thing that you, our Board of Education, can do is seek out ways to find us time. Time to breathe, time to plan, time to grade, time.
Happy holidays to everyone. I'm Sarah Birch, President of ASME Local 2981. This past month, so many great things have happened, you would think it was Christmas. Every employee received a $500 bonus, with $500 more to follow in June, and a 4% raise in December. ASME has again increased their membership, and our monthly meeting was well attended. Personally, I have attended meetings reviewing the possibilities of telework, a leave bank, and a compressed work week. A short survey will be out soon to canvass 12-month employees' opinions on compressed work week and telework. I always rely on my Vice President, Charlotte Hilliard's help with meetings, and she never lets me down. A new shop steward has joined our other stewards, Reba Denali from Smallwood Middle School. If you see Reba, congratulate her. ASME would like to voice our appreciation to the Charles County Board of Directors, Dr. Navarro, assistant superintendents, all supervisors, and every support staff for your hard work this past year. May 2022 be as productive as 2021. And remember, don't wait, vaccinate.
Thank you, Mrs. Birch. Next, we have Mr. Lowndes.
You can sit down. These are microphones right here. Where's the doctor? Good afternoon, happy holidays, great to see everyone.
Good afternoon.
Today I'm going to talk about a couple of programs. I'm going to talk about equal opportunity schools and partnering up with an organization to help us and our schools and support our schools and our community, our parents and our students to to get more students into our advanced placement classes. In the second presentation will be an update on our virtual program and give you our best thinking about what we're going to do with it next year, and I'd love to hear your feedback as to our ideas and where you would like us to go. But first of all, I'd like to introduce Ms. Danielle Knox. She's with Equal Opportunity Schools, and she will be co-presenting with me today. I want to start the presentation today with a little data to show where we've been and where we are. There we go. With our student enrollment in our advanced placement courses. And if you look at the first set of graphs on the far left, that shows you our total enrollment of students in grade 10 through 12 in the high schools. So these are the students that would be eligible to take an advanced placement course. And if you look at the far left, that's 2017 to 2018, and then if you go all the way over to the far right, that's 2021 to 2022. So as you can see, over the last 5 years, our enrollment has slowly increased of the number of students in grades 10 through 12 in our high schools. And if you look to the right, you'll see the next middle set of graphs. Those are the AP course enrollments of our students in one or more courses. And you'll see that even though our enrollment over the last 5 years has slowly increased, our number of students that are taking one or more AP classes has slowly decreased over that time. And then the far right set of graphs, those are the advanced placement tests taken during that same time period. Obviously, we do not have a 2021-2022 graph because we haven't taken the test yet at the end of this year. But just to let you know, our enrollment's going up, but the number of students taking the test is slowly decreasing, and the number of students actually in the course is slowly decreasing as well. It's important not only for our students to take rigorous courses, but it's also important for them to take the test at the end to see how well they did and about how well they understand the content that is given to them during the year. And so, that's why we look at both the number of enrollment and the number of tests taken for our students that are in there. This set of graphs, we broke down the number of students taken the courses by subgroups, and we looked at the percentage of students within each subgroup. So the numbers that you're seeing here, for example, with our Asian, our Black, African American, and Hispanic, is that it's the percentage of those students within each race that has taken a one or more test. So you'll notice that we have a higher percentage of Asians within the Asian group taking the test. Then we look at our Black, African American students and our Hispanic students. We have a smaller percentage of students within those subgroups taking the test, and that's what this graph is showing. But the graph is also showing, just like the previous graph, that the percentage of students within each one of these subgroups has decreased over the last 5 years as well. And once again, it's broken out farms, female, male, and special education. And if you look at our females and our males, you'll see that it's slowly decreased in both those areas as well. But the one with the males, it's quite a bit differential between our male and female when you look at the percentage of males taking it compared to the percentage of females. The other thing, that the national data is showing that's been out on the news lately is, a percentage of males going to college has decreased as well. And so it's interesting to see this data and then to hear this other data out there where our males aren't going to college at as a high rate as they used to go. And if you look at our special education, very few of our special education students take an AP course. So this, once again, is take, and I'm going to show you taking the test. And the reason why I want to highlight the special education students is because you'll see the category here, because we do have some students that receive special education taking the course. But when I show the percentage of students within their subgroup taking the test, you're not going to see it, because we didn't have any special education students take the test that were in the courses. And this, again, is just, it's highlighting that the percentage of students within each subgroup taking the test has also decreased over time. And once again, this population is taken out of the percentage of students that were in the course. So you look at the number of students that are in the course, and then you compare that number with the number of students that actually take the test. And you'll see that the number of students that have taken the test over time has gone down as well in every one of the subgroups. And once again, I just want to highlight that, it's been a consistent trend over the last 5 years, enrollment and test taking within Charles County Public Schools. Now, you might wonder why we're bringing this presentation to you today when we're talking about enrollment in AP courses. And one of the things is that, with the school calendar the way it is, schools are getting ready to start signing up students for next school year and for their courses. And I think Chairperson Wilson highlighted, the need for our students to sign up for the CASE program. And it's the same case with our advanced placement courses, that students will soon be making that decisions with their families as to what courses they're taking next year. And so I would like Ms. Danielle Knox to present a little bit what her organization does. And we have partnered up or brought equal opportunity schools in to work with our schools because they work on the belief system for those employees, for the parents, and for the students as to who is an advanced placement student. And not only the belief system as to who is an advanced placement student, but they also look at what are the supports that we put into place. And one of the things that I've appreciated when I presented before this board earlier this year is you guys have always pressed me, these programs are fine, but how do we support students once they're in there? Because we do have an obligation, not just to place students in these classes, but to support them once they're there. The thing about an advanced placement student, you have to kind of change the mindset to get folks to understand we need them to be an advanced placement student in June or in May when they take that test, not necessarily when they enroll in September. It is our job then to help them get the skills necessary to be successful to complete that test in May when they're there at the end. And so we're going to be working with the schools and with the parents and with the communities and with the students, because everyone has a responsibility in this. It can't just rest on the schools in order to help our students be successful. We do need a commitment from the families and from the students as well. So, Ms. Knox, if we can.
Thank you so much.
Before I go on, I forgot about this. So this is just some of the benefits when you look at a student who takes the test and takes the course and the test. They've looked at, the students that have taken these courses and taken these tests about the benefits, and you'll see that a much higher percentage of the students end up going on into four-year colleges, but not only going, but graduating from the colleges as well. And so, one thing these courses do is they push students to not only understand the content, but to apply the content. Sorry about that.
No problem. Good afternoon, Charles County Board and community. Thank you for having me. I'm super excited to talk about the ways in which we can support you through our partnership with Equal Opportunity Schools. I'm going to give a high-level overview of our program and our program model, and then the next steps that Charles County has chosen to take for January 2022. And then I'll leave some time at the end for any questions or any specifics that you may have related to our wonderful partnership. And so I want to introduce myself. My name is Danielle Knox. I'm a Senior Partnership Director at Equal Opportunity Schools. I'm located in Durham, North Carolina. I serve a number of Maryland districts, and in Calvert County specifically, I also serve Charlotte-Mecklenburg schools in Spring, Texas, and in the past, New York City public schools as well. Before joining EOS, I actually worked in a partner school of Equal Opportunity Schools in Charlotte, North Carolina. And so we did something very similar to what Charles County is doing today. We started in January, talking about what equity looks like in our buildings and partnering with Equal Opportunity Schools to make some great strides towards building that mindset shift in not only our students, but our families, our teachers, and everyone involved. And so what that can look like, I have a picture I always take with me everywhere I go. These are my kids at Julius Chambers High School in Charlotte, North Carolina. This is the summer. We started in January, and by that summer, we were able to offer our very first support to our students that were brand new to advanced placement courses in our building, a kind of a summer retreat to introduce them and ready them for advanced courses in the fall. And we were able, in just that start from January, to triple our African American students in our STEM courses in our building. So it's a great way to support the great equity programming that you already have in Charles County through our intuitive tools. And so that takes me to our EOS mission, is to ensure that all students of all backgrounds have access to the most rigorous high school courses that are available in their districts. And we take a very specific focus on students of color and low-income students. And so when we think about our portfolio and the way we do this across the United States, we're in 30 states, over 200 school districts, and over 600 high schools with our partnership currently. Why we do this work is because we all know that there is a gap that exists for Black and Latinx students as it relates to college completion. Advanced coursework is a direct link to college access and preparedness. Our universities look at all the awesome programs each school offers as students apply to very competitive programming, and we want our students to have that best foot forward because they have that access, so we can close that gap in that completion college rate. And so when we look across the United States, thank you so much. Across the country, it's no different when we look at our AP, IB, or even our ACE programming, where depending on what your district offers. When we look at the way students of color access versus their white counterparts, there is a gap that exists. You can see here 1.3 more times, white students are 1.3 times more likely than Hispanic Latinx students, and 1.8 times more likely than Black students to be in an advanced class. And when we look more specifically at the state of Maryland, we see the same type of gap. And that being 2.2, white students are 2.2 times more likely than Latinx Hispanic students, and 1.7 times more likely than Black students to be in advanced courses. So how do we change that in a partnership and in a collaborative way? And that is through our partnership together by changing the narrative and partnering with equal opportunity schools. And so that partnership offers things such as, we can go to the next slide, sorry. I don't think my clicker's working. The next one, I'm sorry. Through our tools and indicators that we offer as a part of our partnership. So there's a lot of data we collect from the district, and then through that partnership, we provide access to an intuitive portal system that each school gets individually that speaks to their specific context, and we use that in collaboration with the school and the district in order to make equity goals and decisions and plan supports for our students and our teachers and families in order to close that equity access gap. In a normal year, how we would do that is we will begin off with you being assigned someone like me, a partnership director that works directly with Charles County, whether that is in person or virtual, depending on your choice. And we begin in a traditional year by surveying students and staff, and I'm going to show you in just a second why that is so important that we survey students and staff. We are not going to do that in January, but we will do that in fall 2022. From that survey, you are given at each school level and then a district roll-up, survey reports and actionable data that you can use towards your equity goals within your district. As well as each school will receive a targeted list of students for outreach to bring in to advanced courses. Targeted students means low-income students or students of color. They are put into a list that's accessed by the school leadership and district leadership who are granted access to that portal system in order to outreach. I think specifically about what I've heard today, some school districts that I've worked with, they use that to further other initiatives, whether that is trying to reach African American males. If that is a group of students they are interested in, they can utilize the portal system and the information gained from the student and staff survey in order to have strategic supports and plans in place based on student and staff voice from that survey. And you're probably wondering, what does a partnership director do? Why would you come in person or virtually to meet with us? We serve as people that help with project management for the tools and resources that we provide to help staff and district leadership know how to use them. We check in monthly with leadership and equity teams. Equity teams are teams of people in the actual school building that help foster this work and move the work ahead for their specific context. We help you hold stakeholder engagement events, plan for those, set goals for those things. We also provide support planning for students and teachers. So when we get to the springtime, as we've mentioned earlier, and we want to talk about also, we enroll students in advanced courses. How do we make sure they are ready in the fall? That is through a collaborative effort we do in the spring the year before to plan supports for teachers and students going into the new year. And then we also create site-specific plans to close participation gaps based on information we gain from a data upload that we gain from the district. And so if you look in your folders on the left side, you'll see that there's a descriptive of what it looks like to partner with us year to year to year. It is designed in a way that we're building a foundational understanding of what our equity context looks like. And as the time goes on through each phase, it's kind of a slow release that the district has taken on full ownership of their equity goals, and we're supporting you with our tools and resources that you have access to via our portal system. So phase 1, which is the phase in which Charles County is about to enter in, is really foundational. There are facilitated conversations we have at the district level, as well as the school level, to understand contextual needs and demographic needs for each specific school. Every school is very different, especially coming from a large district like Charlotte. Mecklenburg, one side of town versus another side of town, they don't always have the same exact equity goals in each building. So we use phase 1 to be very foundational and specific with learning about how do we want to close these specific gaps in each school through collaboration with school building leadership, teacher leaders, and other members of the school team and district in that process. In the next year, when you sign with us or work with us, phase 2 focuses a lot on providing teacher workshops and specific trainings to help with additional mindset shifts as we move into the next year. You also receive additional data from the year before to understand where your progress has moved from the first year to the second year. That data looks like a fall data share, which includes lists like student drop lists and first-time taker lists. That list is very intuitive. It lets us know which students signed up for a course in the spring of one year, but by the fall of the next year they have dropped. It lets you know how experienced that student is in taking it, if they are a student of color, and what class it is they are dropping. It gives us very specific information about the context of advanced placement in each school. So every school gets access to that data in phase 2. In the third year of our partnership, we start moving to kind of that slow release where we're starting to provide what we call EL labs, equity leader labs, to anyone that wants to attend by each school. The purpose of the EL lab training conducted by our equity leader lab team is that you get to meet with a regional cohort of other equal opportunity schools. So there's cross collaboration, whether it's in Maryland or any neighboring state, however it's designed, in order to learn about equity, ways in which you can shift out mindset shifts into the entire school building. So it's a train the trainer model for that year. And then in the last year of our partnership, phase 4, we start to pull back some of that support in person from a partnership director, because in that point of the year, we want schools to start taking a more pointed approach to taking on their equity initiatives in their buildings, and then we support them through check-ins, data shares, and providing tools as well. Every year in our partnership is split into 3 phases, 3 parts of the year. We start off with study. Our studies, we collect data. That data includes student information, demographic, test scores, GPA, sometimes farms data if the school district does want to provide that. That helps us not only create our survey, but also helps us build out the other tools that we use for support during the year. And then we do that survey portion of the year during the study part of our partnership. Once that information is collected and that survey is completed, we move into turning that data that we gain from it into action through the strategize phase. And then in the springtime, we plan our supports for our newly enrolled students of color or low-income students to help them transition into advanced courses in a way that helps them feel like they are supported and that they belong and they're welcome in those spaces. What piece of data that every school receives, it will look something like this. It looks very similar to the charts we just looked at. It's called an opportunity chart. What it will do is it will break down that specific school's access gap, if there's one, in the building. It breaks it down by student race demographic and farms data as well. So it will separate students out between high income and low income students, and it will let you know how many students of color actively participate in your advanced courses now, and how many you would need to add to your course offerings in order to have a sense of equity in your building. That is how we set our initial goal in the year. So some schools may have lists that have, for instance, this school has 161 targeted students that are currently enrolled. That means those are all the students of color and low-income students that are already in the color sections of the bar graph. And the gray part is identified by that school's particular gap. So if they want to achieve a certain level of equity, they would need to add additional students from those specific groups in order to do that. So it kind of helps us ground set at a very data-driven level, our goal for equity in a school. But I'm going to show you one piece of information I feel like is the best part. It's beyond the numbers, it's beyond data, it's student voice. And that is our student insight card. So typically, as educators, we know when we log into our SIS, where it's that Synergy, Power School, what have you, we usually have very limited data about our students. We have their name, their grade level, their GPA, and any test scores that they've taken, state test scores, things like that. So every student that takes this survey, doesn't matter if they are of color or a low-income student or not, every student has the opportunity to take this survey. They are given and they are able to have what is called a student insight card. These insight cards are housed within our Equal Opportunity Schools portal that is accessed by their school building team. On that card is information produced from a district data upload. So if you look here, this sheet here in your folder shows you what part of the data is collected either from the district, the student, or from the staff, and how we use that data and kind of where it's sourced from. And then up here, if you look on the screen, I'm going to show you how we get more in-depth information about our students to build relationship. You see from the survey, the student survey, students can indicate to us their educational goal, their career interest. Sometimes we see students write educational goal, high school, and then their career interest is surgeon. That doesn't mean the student just wants to stop at high school. That's my immediate next step. I need to get out of here. That's what I need to do, but I might need some information about how do I become a surgeon? What do I have to do? Can I take an AP STEM course to do that? They indicate that here. Also, while they're taking the survey, they are asked who is an adult they trust in the building, and it populates the staff list of their school, and they click any adult in the building that they identify as a trusted adult. This student has indicated someone here, 2 people here. They can also do the same for study skills support, an adult that helps them study in any type of way in the building. The team can actually see how many teachers have been selected as a trusted adult. A lot of times we leverage that for our specific initiative for students. So if you're looking for an initiative for black male students, and you have a black male in the building that has 6 and 7 kids that pick them as a trusted adult, that is someone to leverage in that building to increase enrollment into advanced courses. And we can tell you who those people are. If you look up here where teacher recommendations, you see all those apples. So the teachers, when they take a survey, they get a chance to recommend students to advanced courses. I know we always have a system by which we do that in our buildings. This is a really great motivator for students because they can see their own card. Every time a teacher took that survey for this particular student, 5 different individuals says this student has AP potential or advanced course potential in that school. So that's a great motivator for that student as well. And as the students are answering the questions, it also generates learning mindsets and skills that they demonstrate. Students cannot self-select these. This is the way they're answering the questions. The questions are determined in collaboration with Stanford University. That's how we come up with those survey questions. And for these students, they present a growth mindset, focus, grit, community leadership. And the student can also report to us the barriers to why they didn't access. You'll see a lot of times students that have GPAs like this, like, why aren't they in an advanced course? And a lot of times they're not in it because they say, I don't feel welcome. I don't know if I will belong. And sometimes I don't know what I don't know. And this is information we use to build out supports to make sure students feel like they're welcome in those spaces in the next school year as we try to enroll them in our advanced courses. And then the last piece of this card is my favorite. There is a part in the survey where students can free respond. In that question, it asked them something like, what is something you wish your school knew about you? You would not believe the responses we have seen over the years, especially during COVID. There are things we learned about our students we never knew. Students telling us about their home lives, why they don't complete assignments, why I haven't enrolled in a course. Schools even have access to download just an Excel file of all the student quotes in their building. I've seen school districts in Charlotte and in Maryland use them as drivers for their professional development for teachers. They've used it as motivators by taking out identifying information for other students and put it as quotes around their school building to encourage students. And they've used it to actually have relationship building conversations with students during the registration period or the support period of the school year. So it brings me finally to what is the year going to look like actually in our next steps for Charles County. So in Charles County, what we're going to do is what we call a year zero. So it's not located on these phase sheets. It's a little different. It's specifically designed for Charles County. What this will include is once you are assigned a partnership director, that partnership director will offer you what is called a leadership orientation. It is a chance to have a much more in-depth learning of our model and what a year looks like, and a planning session for district leadership, building principals, and principals are highly encouraged to invite anyone in their building that they want to help do this work. I always encourage student services to attend, APs, anyone, principal interns, that's what I was when I started doing this work, anyone that's going to help drive this forward. And in that session that will be done in collaboration with Dr. Navarro, she will set that up during the time that works for Charles County. That will occur sometime in January. And also we'll do many partnership launches at all the participating schools, which would mean each school will sign up for a time in which we'll start learning more about their context, goals, and the school community as a whole, and get ready for the next full-on phase 1 year in fall of 2022. I know that's not my face up there. This is Dolores, our fearless leader, and so she will be the person that Dr. Navarro will contact directly for any additional next steps in the, as far as any partnership goals, next steps for Charles County. But I would love to pause here. I know I've said a lot for you to ask any questions or any follow-up.
Mr. Hurd?
Thank you so much for the wonderful presentation. I mean, this is truly in-depth, and it's like exactly what our district needs. It hits the spot. But I just wanted to comment on really the power of what you're saying about leveraging role models. And this is the first I've seen of us systematically identifying those leaders and role models in a building. Because I'm sure even, Ms. McGraw as a principal, you probably knew of teachers who were stars and the students just loved them, but to really capitalize on that and use that as a tool throughout this process, I'm really excited. And the second part of what you were saying about students making comments, like, I don't know if I'm going to belong in the AP class. I have talked to AP scholars at some of our magnet school, North Point, and this student, it really just opened my eyes, but he said one of the biggest deterrents for him choosing to do accelerated classes throughout his career was considering race. And he was thinking, well, if I move up to an accelerated class, are the kids still going to look like me? And that was one of the biggest things that weighed on his mind. And so I think in addressing equity, if we can make it so that is never a concern for our students ever again, because those populations look exactly like their school population, I think our school district will be in a much better place. But thank you for the presentation.
Thank you.
Ms. Abel?
Hi, thank you for the presentation. I have a couple of questions here for you. One is on the enrollment, on the statistics you showed previously in one of the earlier slides. It seems to be declining in the past few years, but could that be attributed to COVID and virtual learning? That's question one. Two, how does it compare to the enrollment compared to our local counties? Southern Maryland, statewide and nationwide, is AP enrollment overall declining? And three would be are our college waiver numbers also going down during the same time period?
So I'll answer those because that was our data, that was local data. So that So those are all great questions, and I'm sure over the last 2 years, part of it might be, without having direct interaction with adults in buildings, that, with adults encouraging kids to take classes. It was difficult over Zoom to have those real true relationships that teachers have with students that take place, during the breaks, during the hallway, after school, during different types of events. And so I'm sure that had some type of impact. But I think using some of the information that we get from Equal Opportunities, that will really give us some true information to get that type of data as to why students didn't enroll or didn't feel comfortable enrolling during this time period while they've been in school. Because that's the type of thing that the survey is going to do for our students. And it also is going to ask information from teachers in the building and from administrators in the building as well. And so we'll be able to answer that a little bit clearer once we get that information. The other information I will get you from the national AP is how that's been affected during COVID as well.
Okay, and then what about the college waiver question?
And I'll get that as well, the
Okay.
college waiver from last year.
Okay.
In the last couple of years, I think you asked, correct?
Yes.
Yeah.
So,
So I think, one of the things I think, we talk about college, but it also opens doors to many other things. The more types of classes that you take and advanced courses that you take while you're in high school provides just many more opportunities when you graduate, no matter what you want to do. And I just think that, we need to understand that as well, as we're just trying to provide students opportunities when they leave Charles County to do whatever they want to do.
so there was concern in previous years from AP students that were in the classes that students that might not be eligible or at the same level are being pushed into the AP classes, and therefore it's slowing down the curriculum. Has any of that been addressed?
So I'm going to let Danielle talk about it from the national perspective, but I do know that, in other places in Maryland that have worked with equal opportunity schools and that have increased their numbers of students in advanced placement courses, they did not see a dip from the students of the number of 3s and 4s and 5s on their test. But Danielle, you want to speak to that?
Absolutely. So that's a great question. That's a question we always hear. What is it like for students that are entering in and students that are already there as well? So these metrics that we use a combination of traditional and non-traditional metrics in order to enroll students in advanced placement courses. So what that means is we still do consider GPA at some point, but we also consider the non-traditional things that come up through the way the student answers the questions on the survey, how they express interest in a class. So students are not randomly put into classes. They are put into classes of interest to them and aligned with what will help them be successful. How do we know what will help them be successful? Is we need their student services and the relationship of the teachers involved that know students day to day in the relationship to help us determine that, right? So some schools, what we've done in the past, we might have pulled a kid's card up and a kid put on there, my interest is math. But the student's grade in the math course would lean them to being in kind of the math 1, whether they would be in the honors or the AP math. But that student's career interest was more towards something about, I think it was related more to psychology or English, and that student had a really high score on their English end of course exam the year before, and they had really great grades. So that student needed a conversation about what was the best fit, rather than we're just going to enroll the students into this advanced course because they just want to be there. We do want to use this information in a very intuitive way to help make sure that all students are successful and that we make sure that teachers are supported as well. That's a really important part of this process, is not only that student support, but the teacher support. So if we're going to add students to a course that may have never even been in an honors class and they're making a move from a course that may have been labeled general education straight to AP, what does that look like? How are we prepared to support that student? What are concerns teachers have? And what could be a barrier to access for students? All those things are very important to consider as we're thinking about enrolling students and supporting them, instead of just, we're going to look at a master schedule and, well, this class doesn't have a lot of kids in it, and put kids in it. We want to strategically, and involvement with everyone in the process, place students where they will be successful. And then we also want to build that community in our classroom. We are welcoming and we're supportive of our peers as well. a lot of times these students are missed by the traditional metrics we use, especially when we have larger schools. You're like, I even had a kid and we had this conversation. I was like, how did I miss her? How did I not? She totally should be in an AP course, and it was missed because the size of our school, and that student just slipped away from me. And so a lot of times those students do belong there and they can keep up. We just got to put them in the right places, and we got to support them in a way that fits everyone's needs.
Thank you.
Mr. Lucas?
Hi, thank you. Very, very good presentation. Just a couple of questions. So when you're looking at these kids, these are all, when you come in and do your work, it's all at the high school level?
Currently, yes.
Currently, okay.
Currently, yes, only high school.
So I think what would be very important, because obviously when you're just trying to address this at the high school level, you have a finite amount of time and space in terms of, well, you know, to try to get them on we'll just call it an AP track. There's certain things that have to happen before that. And we had a presentation last month with regard to, one example was math, and how we didn't have a lot of kids on a track to like an Algebra 2 or calculus track. And quite frankly, it's been that way forever. That's not a recent thing in this county. You can go back 20 years when the county was predominantly white, and there were still a very small amount of students on that track. So that's just a testament to the county, and that's just a statement of fact. I don't say it's good, bad, or indifferent, but that's just what it is. And so that now, as we see that more, now there are more kids in color, and then combine that with the other obstacles that historically children of color had overcome in school systems, it just kind of compounds that. So it'd be great if there's some feedback to us as a system so that we can start to address that much earlier on, because you have a better chance when you start looking at that. And again, you alluded to that, Dr. Navarro and Mr. Lowndes, in that, you know, looking at, hey, are we identifying these kids in elementary school as kids that you know, can be in an accelerated math class? So I don't know if you do that in the school system that you talked about in Durham or in Charlotte. You know, if you went back and said, hey, you need to beef up in the elementary level so that when these kids are at high school, you know, there's no question they're ready. So I know it's kind of long-winded, but if you could respond to that.
No, absolutely. And you're right, tracking of how students end up where they are, or if they're off what we call the track, begins a lot sooner than when they get to 9th grade. And to your point, in Charlotte-Mecklenburg, they've been with us about 6-7 years, and one of their things are like, so when are we going to middle school? When are we going to start going backwards? While we are not currently offering any program for middle schools, I did have one of my first year district that I'm supporting now in Spring, Texas. They asked a very similar question when we presented to them. And even though we don't directly offer any services, I had them think about what are ways and programs in which that you already have in some of those spaces that you can maybe leverage or mimic some of the EOS partnerships, like trusted adults. Kids trust adults everywhere, and starting in those spaces. Getting student feedback, student focus groups, things like that. Gaining parent and stakeholder engagement and voice is something that can happen at any level. I don't know what it would look like exactly for Charles County as far as like quantifying that into a program model, but some of those things are some things to think about to get that moving. And as we do that and we build out this strength of what the high schools look like, and we know that we could build this aura in Charles County, that what we do know is when you get to any of our Charles County high schools, we are a place of belonging, welcomeness, and we're looking at your students in a whole picture in an equitable way. And it might just, I might have to volley that back over to what that may look like in the middle school or elementary spaces. I've encouraged schools that they do, or if they are AVID schools, using some of those AVID spaces as well, or any programming like that they may have to kind of mimic some of those spaces of belonging or conversations with the communities in those schools.
Yeah.
You know, this kind of links to that discussion that we had in math, and you know, talking about the new ELA in math curriculum that we bought, and the fact that, you know, if you give kids really good, sound foundational skills in the elementary level with the math, with the reading, they're going to be prepared to take the advanced placement classes by the time they get to the high school. So that's one of the reasons why those curriculums were picked. And I think one of the things about the Common Core is that it's actually more like an AP in the fact that those tests for the Common Core ask students to apply the information. And that's that's what an advanced placement test does. You have to take the information that you've learned, both from original sources and other areas from the class, and then take and apply it to the questions that are on the test. And so I think of our students, really we can get them, and we're using the iReady data to understand where their gaps are. If we can get them a really solid foundation in their elementary grades, all our students will be prepared to take advanced placement courses in the high schools. I mean, you're right, we're using equal opportunity schools in the high schools right now to support and work with our schools, but the other area in the elementaries is where we're working with our schools to really make sure that our students get what they need academically. And I think the two go together. The more you can help students get ready before they get to high school, the more successful they're going to be once they get there.
Good. No, I like what you said about all those programs, that, just trying to get engagement and buy-in, and you get that. I'm not saying it's free, but you don't have to try to weave it in with instructional programming in a busy school day. So that's a good way to go about it. The only other thing I wanted to say was that on slide 3, and you mentioned comments about some kids being hesitant to want to take an AP class because there may not be kids that look like them in that class. If I look at this data, I would say that not even knowing what our demographics enrollment look like as far as actual number of students, that those classes are probably very well represented, and they look just like the county. Even though the number of white students is higher, percentage of white students, the percentage of white students in the school system is very small. So when you look at 2 or more races and Hispanic and things like that, so I think that's important. If a kid is concerned that they might, not look like everybody else, I think the reality is that there is a good mix of students in our current classes taking AP classes. So thank you. Very good presentation.
Mrs. Battle Lockhart.
Well, first of all, I would like to welcome you from one North Carolina girl to another, to Maryland. I like this student insight card. What I would like to know, since you said Charlotte has been the longest school system thus far?
It's one of our longest.
I'm big on barriers. So I like the barrier part. So based off of your working with Charlotte specifically, what have been some of the top barriers that, I don't know if this is just, this particular is real data or just generic data, but are these a reflection of what you currently experience with Charlotte as reported barriers, or are there a list of those that you've seen that are not on here?
So while this is kind of like our sample card, what I will say is the barrier depends on the school, depending on the demographic of the school. So for instance, my school was majority minority in Charlotte. And so our barrier wasn't, to your point, that students didn't see other students that looked like them. We just didn't have students there weren't kids taking the classes. So we had all these course offerings, but they weren't there. And so the barrier was a lot of times general knowledge in schools that look like that. And then schools where it is maybe majority white, or there aren't spaces where there are students of color that see others that look like them, the barrier may be welcoming or belonging. What I will say, there's one report we give every school, no matter the demographic, the socioeconomic status makeup of the school. There's a report called the Equity Pathways Report. It's the report that's produced from the staff and the student survey. It's a combined report. Every school gets one, and then Charles County will get a roll-up of that report based on the responses of everyone in the county. And one chart we look in there is called the barriers graph, and it's broken down by race, demographic, and income level. And no matter where we look at that chart in the United States, the top 2 barriers are adult encouragement and welcomeness and belonging. Those are the top 2 everywhere, no matter the makeup or the economic status of it. And it doesn't even matter the economic status of students. White and high income students report that, and students of color. So when you look at that bar graph, the numbers look different, but those are the top 2 everywhere we see. No matter where the student is, those are things that all our students are reporting. Because every student gets one of these cards, not just the students of color, but for sure, those are the top 2 that we see at the barriers. And also with our EOS portal system, you can actually filter by barrier. So you can find all the students that say, I have a general knowledge barrier. I don't know what I don't know. And the school, that particular school, can find those students and pull those students to make them a part of where you have advanced studies night, AP night, IB night, to have a session about general knowledge, what we don't know. You can actually filter out in the system by the barriers that are the students list on their cards.
Okay.
Well.
And that's the reason why I asked, because I know you just didn't have it up there just to be having it up there. And I wanted the public to hear that, because this speaks volumes to the fact that adult encouragement, I just need people to hear that. Students are saying that there's no adult encouragement in the school system or in their personal spaces in the community, and that's a problem. And they're telling us that's a problem, and we need to understand that from a teacher's perspective, from a parent perspective, from leadership perspective. What do we do differently? Because I hear it all the time. I just wonder, now I get to see somebody have some data on it to say that's what it is. We really need to hear that, because all the challenges that Ms. Wilson and David has mentioned, they're acting out because there's no adult encouragement. So I just want people to understand and hear that loud and clear as we enter into this, like Ms. Wilson said, go into the holiday season and really dissect this thing. How can we better support the students and encourage them in a way that they feel that it's authentic and genuine, so they can come back and be the best that they can be at their level? Not at our level, at their level, so they can really be successful. Because that's been my frustration as an educator for many, many years, and I serve underserved students all the time. And that's what I hear all the time. And I know it's not easy to hear, but we really need to get our stuff together and do exactly what Ms. Wilson said. Get off of social media and sit down and have dialogue with our kids and encourage, find out what the challenges are, and be okay with what they have to say, because it's going to be hard to hear, but you got to show up differently for these kids moving forward. That's why we're dealing with what we're dealing with right now in these schools with these kids.
I think that's one of the benefits of having equal opportunity come in and working with schools, and the fact that they're working on it together, but they're looking at the current structures that are in their schools and trying to determine whether it fosters those types of conversations with students. And are there opportunities throughout the day for adults to have those types of relationships, and then identify areas where they can improve in those areas. And it's a no-fault kind of diagnosis with equal opportunity schools, working as a partner shoulder to shoulder, and no one's kind of picking at somebody and blaming fault. It's like, what can we do to help and make, we know this is what helps kids, and so how do we look at our buildings and rearrange our buildings in a way that it benefits the students that we're serving? So I think I do want to thank Equal Opportunity Schools, because we talked about what's going on in our buildings when we talked about this at the start. And all of the things that we're asking our administrators and our teachers to do right now with the contact tracing and everything else. And we really don't think Equal Opportunity Schools didn't think, and Charles County didn't think it was a time to start surveying everybody and diving right into the work that typically would have happened just because of everything else that's going on. But we did think it was a ripe time to start those conversations with school leaderships. Because we didn't want to lose the whole year and start next fall, because then you're losing a great opportunity for another set of students that we do believe we need to serve. So thank you for arranging the structure of the supports that we offered for school, because it typically would have started much more aggressive this year, but because of the circumstances, we didn't feel it was an appropriate time to do so.
No, and I think this was a great, that's why I utilized this public opportunity, because we're coming up with ideas to do the work in here.
Yeah.
But we still have to do it out there as well.
Yeah.
Thank you for presentation. Awesome.
So here's to a long and successful relationship.
Thank you. Looking forward
Great
to
presentation.
Thank you very much.
say the truth. We're done with my next presentation. So we're going to go on to virtual programs updates. If you have no other questions for Ms. Knox, I'm going to let her go back to North Carolina. She came up with a long trip. I appreciate her
travels.
coming up today. But
Safe travels and happy holidays.
So much. Happy holidays to all of you. Thank you.
Go Heels.
So the first couple of slides I'm going to give you is the update, and I'm going to give you a comparison of how well they're doing to our students in brick and mortar. I think that's one of the things that I was asked to do when I brought virtual programs to the board earlier this fall. Here's the number of students that are currently in our program. As you know, we expanded the program K-8 in high school, but as many of our students have chosen to go back that were in both the or all three levels, elementary, middle, and high, as they've got vaccinated and felt more comfortable in going back. And I just want to give you a quick update that we have given parents that are currently in our K-8 programs a survey, and we've asked them to identify whether they want to go back for second semester or not, knowing that many of them will be getting their vaccination soon and might choose to go back to brick and mortar for second semester. So when we give a final update on this program, we might even see less students because we are given that option to go back for second semester. The students that choose to stay, we are asking them to stay for the rest of the year because it becomes disruptive going back and forth. But up until this time period, we have allowed or given parents, they've asked us to go back once they've gotten vaccinated, and we have done that. And so we've lost, students week by week as they've gotten vaccinated. But we are saying, please make a commitment for second semester. We're not going to let you go back second semester if you opt in for the virtual program because it just becomes too disruptive for our schools getting students coming back and forth. So just want to give you that update. So if you look at how well the students are doing with their grades, you'll see that students did similar when you look at the percentage of A's and B's together and you look at the percentage of D's and F's. We did have more students virtually with D's and F's than we did in our brick and mortar. But on the A's, we had more students getting A's in the virtual program. So, but overall, it's pretty similar in nature as to how well the students did. I'm just giving you a quick update for the middle school as well. Give you a second to look at the numbers.
Can you see that bar?
Here you'll see there was a much higher percentage of students in the virtual program with the D's and the F's. We can go to the next. High school. Once again, the students that chose to do virtual in the high school they had more A's than the students that were in brick and mortar. And similar, actually, the students had less F's in the virtual program they did in the brick and mortar at the high school level.
Any common denominators for failures in the virtual in terms of?
So the virtual program in the high school is different than it is in the elementary K-8. In the high school, actually, we offer two courses, and it's semesterized courses, and it's very, we cover more material, but in less classes, and students are then able to come in on Fridays and get help and support in the school. And our teachers are working with the students every day and then have that one day where they are there to help and get kids caught up in support. And so it's typically a student, for whatever reason, doesn't want to be in their whole high school and chooses to go with the virtual program, and they haven't been successful within their high schools, but they are successful within that model of taking fewer courses, but at a much faster pace and getting those courses done. But one of the things that has done is limited the students going back and forth, because when they're back in the brick and mortar schools, they have to take those 7 classes, and therefore the alignment doesn't allow us to have students be able to move back and forth between the virtual high school and the brick and mortar high schools, unlike the K-8 program. So this is what we've done since the last time we met. We did make some improvements to our K-8 program. As you know, we were having some difficulties with technology and difficulties with folks Zoom bombing us, and we seem to have been able to get it to a point where we're not having those disruptions. You know, it's interesting with one of the classes, we were able to bring in the class instead of having them go directly through to proximity. We brought them in through Charles County Public Schools system, and they have to log in through our system, and then that stopped the Zoom bombing. I want to thank our technology people for helping figure that piece out, because it was getting to a point where we had to find something, and our technology people were able to help do that. So I want to thank them for that. We are providing the tutoring in reading and math. We have some virtual field trips going on, and some SEL components to help our students. And we've expanded to PE, media, and art at the elementary levels, which we did not offer in the beginning of the school year. In the beginning, as you can remember, we were not able to get all our teachers, and we were focusing more on the core subjects and getting the core subjects before we started focusing on getting some of these other classes. And we're at a point now where we've got all our core teachers, and so we were able to expand and bring in some of these other classes. And and for the high school level, these are some of the enhancements that we've done for that. We've, as you know, we've allowed more students to come in. We opened up enrollment again and allowed more students to come in. We added some additional courses. We added some electives. And we also embedded the tutoring and mentoring sessions during the school day. And I think, you know, Chairperson Wilson, you said, you know, what are some of the things? That's one of the things that I really do believe that helped and improved at the high school level, is that they've now made some connections with adults through this mentoring program and tutoring programs, where students, when they feel like they need help and support, are able to call up and get the help and support that they need with the teachers during the day. This is what we're thinking about for next year, and this is where I would really like your input and your thinking. We are not thinking about providing a virtual school at the elementary level and at the middle school level. We're thinking about, for next year, just focusing more at the high school level and being able to use the high school virtual program to help in some of our other areas. So we are going to look at adding honors and advanced placement courses. We are able to do this by buying some of these courses through Apex and through some Pearson classes, and we're able to offer more of a selection. Our high school program, up until this time, only offered the on-level courses, and we've heard from our families and from our students that they would like more of an offering. So we are going to look at offering honors and advanced placement courses. We are going to look at offering a CTE pathway. Right now, for graduation, right now the only way that you can meet the state graduation is through a foreign language. So many of our students have to want to take the world language course in order to meet that graduation requirement. And we're going to look at bringing in a work opportunity through CTE in order to help our students who want to be virtual but want to work and still get a pathway to be able to graduate. We're going to open it up to students to be able to participate in extracurricular activities. And talking to other school systems that have done this this year with their virtual high school programs, what they're finding out, though, is that very few students that choose to participate in the virtual high school program are going back to their schools to participate in extracurricular activities. For whatever reason, students that choose to go virtual would rather remain in a world where they're not going back to the brick and mortar on a daily basis. And they're not seeing a high percentage of their students going back to participate in sports or drama or any of the extracurricular activities. But we will be providing that opportunity for students that would like to do so. They will have to get their own transportation in order to do so if they choose to go to the virtual school. We're going we're going to look to add in the budget some additional staffing for next year, because one of the things that we want to be able to do is provide some of the things that Proximity's doing this year for our high schools. So high schools that have not been able to find maybe a calculus teacher or a history teacher or some of these other teachers that we're hiring Proximity, we're going to look to use some of these teachers in our virtual program to be able to offer a virtual class at the beginning of the day or at the end of the day, so that our high schools can then schedule those classes at the beginning of the day or the end of the day and use our own people to be able to take a virtual course instead of having to pay Proximity to do so. So that's one of the areas that we're going to try to provide some flexibility to all our high schools through the virtual program. Another thing that we're going to try to do is offer some portion of this. Instead of offering all the classes, only 2 classes at a time for the quarter, we are going to look at providing a smaller period of the day for 7 periods to be able to offer some flexibility for students that are maybe on home and hospital and haven't been able to get a course or 2 because of we haven't been able to hire a teacher for home and hospital to be able to provide that. So we're looking to somehow figure out how to help this program be a little bit more flexible with the needs of the school system as a whole, where we're buying virtual teachers or paying other teachers that we're having a difficult time right now being able to find. And so we're looking at how we can use the virtual high school program to meet many needs and not just the needs of the students that are in the virtual high school program. So we're looking for that flexibility. At this time, I'm going to open it up for questions. I'm going to open it up for suggestions or your comments. All that would be very helpful to let us know whether we're heading in the right direction or whether we need to make a right face and make an adjustment in some way, shape, or form.
Mr. Lucas?
Thank you. I like what I see here. I do. We look for some silver linings of what from COVID, and I think this is one of them. Just as many companies have realized that they had a hard stance for years that their employees couldn't telework, and now we're seeing a lot of companies, their employees are teleworking, and they're doing just fine. And I think, our job is to educate kids. And if I heard correctly, the one thing that I'm always sensitive to is, are we taking potential opportunities away from people that we currently employ? And I don't think we're doing that in terms of being able to pick up another class or something like that. And from what I heard you say, that's not the case. And if anything, it would reduce the class size that a teacher would have. The data that you showed about the grades, I think, was pretty compelling. They're compared to the kids in the brick and mortars, there are much more A's and B's and a lot fewer D's and F's. And I think just because of the high school level, those kids are a little more focused. If we don't have to provide transportation for these kids, that's a money saver too. And one less bus on the road can potentially pay for a good portion, if not all, of what we pay for one of those online classes. So I commend you for opening it up. I'm all in favor of having those kids being able to participate in extracurricular activities as well, should they desire. So thank you very much.
Mr. Hancock?
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Lowndes. Just a question, as we look to expand the virtual academy next year and hopefully transition away or into a post-COVID world, what would be some of the criteria that we'd look for to take students into that virtual academy?
So I think one of the things that attendance is the main thing. We need kids to attend. I think one of the areas that we've found this year is that, using the grades necessarily as a criteria for a student who attends is not necessarily one of the areas that we should be beholden to, because we're noticing that some students that didn't do so well in the brick and mortar because of the arrangement and the way it's set up in the virtual program are actually doing very well in the virtual program. So I think, the one thing that we can't do, though, with the virtual program is, it's hard to get a student to turn on their computer. Whereas when they're in school, you can get them to pay attention a little bit more by proximity and getting close to them. And there's other strategies that teachers can do to help students pay attention a little bit more, or find them during the school day if they're skipping one class or whatever. But in the virtual program, if they turn off their computer, it's hard to get them engaged. So I think the attendance is the one that we all agree that we have to use as a way to gauge whether a student's going to be appropriate for the virtual school or not. Other than that, what we found is that some students just actually engage in a better way with our students, our teachers virtually than they did in the brick and mortar for whatever reason.
Okay. But enrollment would be open to any high school student, I guess?
Enrollment's going to be open to any high school student. What we've seen is that many students, most of our students, the vast majority of our students are still going to pick to go to their schools. Sure. In that school systems that have done it with this year, they've gotten smaller enrollments in their virtual high schools than they thought and than they planned for. So we opened our enrollment this year, and as you saw, we opened it up to 350 students, and we still had, I forgot what the actual number was, but it was nowhere near that. And so we don't expect that we're going to have to turn students away because we're not going to have space.
Sure. Thank you. It's always good to have options. Everyone learns differently. Some people learn best in a classroom amongst their peers, and some people they prefer to focus better by themselves. So I think it's really good to have these options. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mrs. McGraw?
I'd just like to comment. I would like to piggyback on what Mr. Lucas said in terms of if there had to be a silver lining in all that we've experienced the last 2 years, it would be the fact that we have to look forward and look for other options. And it's opened the door now for us to expand our virtual options. So I'm really pleased to see that we are looking at 9 through 12. I have to say right now, I don't know that I'm convinced that a virtual option is the best for our elementary students at this time. But I like the fact that we are even looking at adding a CTE component to a virtual option. So I'm in agreement with everything that's been suggested. Thank you very much for forward thinking.
Okay. Thank you.
Well, thank you all very much, and have a great holiday. And one of the things I've told people that being here has been a real treasure for me. During this holiday season, what I've seen the staff do is give to our families and our communities, which has been awesome. People do not think of themselves here. They think of the kids, and they think of what can we do to help our communities. And that's been a real treat for me. So I just want to say thank you and have a great holiday.
Thank you, too. Me too.
Good afternoon, everyone.
Good afternoon.
Hi.
This afternoon, I'm first joined by Steve Andertz, who's our Director of Planning and Construction. And our first report is the project status update. Before we would entertain any questions, I do have some additional information that is not on the project status update, is that we received the 75% projected funding from the IAC, the Interagency on Public School Construction, late last week. And we expect to receive $6.9 million for our CIP for FY23. Our request was for $46 million. Our 10-year average, as we've talked about, is $9.8 million. So we are disappointed with the preliminary information that we are receiving. The state has a share this year. The 24 LEAs are sharing approximately $208 million. Roughly over the last several years, that pot of money has been $280 million. So one of the concerns, and I'll just put my opinion out there, is that we've talked about the Built to Learn, which is that separate pot of money, which is being managed by the Maryland Stadium Authority. So, you know, it was my belief that the Built to Learn Act was meant to be a supplement to the CIP. Unfortunately, and hopefully this is just a one-year anomaly, but I have a fear that, you know, that it might be supplanting some of that CIP money. So hopefully this is just a one-year issue that we are seeing. On a positive note, we are eligible for $1.7 million in additional funding through the Enrollment Growth and Relocatable Classroom, which is a $40 million fund for school systems that have enrollment growth or have over 250 relocatable classrooms over a 5-year period. So we will have an additional 1.7 added to the 6.9 million, but again, that is below our 10-year average of about 9.8 million and below what we received last year. So wanted to share the information. And I will also put that in this week's weekly update for the record. Any questions regarding project status update?
Sure.
Sure. So that I'll add some information, and Mr. Andrews can add to that. We're in the permitting phase of that, so it's a 3-phase permitting because it is requiring stormwater management because we are moving away from the natural surface to the field turf surface. We're, I believe, in the second of the 3 phases, so we're anticipating that we probably will not have an approved permit till after the start of the new year. So we do have concerns, and we've been working with Mrs. Thornton over there, the athletic director, because we are concerned at this point that it may have an impact on the start of the spring season. So she, Pam, had been planning for the potential for this. Hopefully, would need to go that route in the event that they have to move some games for the spring season, and that would affect lacrosse, both girls and boys lacrosse, and potentially if there's work still going around the field, it could have an impact on the outdoor track because obviously the track team uses the track that surrounds the field, and there will have to be some work done with the track because of, as I mentioned, with the stormwater management and drainage for that new field turf. Mr. Andrews, anything to add?
No,
to that?
it's in the permitting process, which is a 3-step process when you deal with stormwater management in Charles County. So
don't look to our neighbors over in St. Mary's because they are ahead of the curve of us. They are replacing, or not replacing, but installing field turf on their 3 fields at 3 high schools there, but they don't have to go through all there's different permitting, so they are ahead of where we are right now.
Okay.
Welcome.
Ms. Brown.
I know that Dr. Brown is in the relocatable at this time, and I understand that there isn't money for them to get any new furniture, but I understand that some of their library furniture is in really bad shape. Is there any way that there's funds for them to do any of the replacing anything in the library?
So,
you want me to talk about that?
Sure.
Okay. So the project is the limited renovation, which was the new name for the open space enclosure project we're doing there. As part of that project, funded through the county, we have an equipment line item for technology upgrades that are going to need to be made, but also for some money for the school to purchase some furnishings. They're going to have to purchase some furnishings for their new front office space because they're going to get a new secure entry vestibule and front office area. Their nurse is going to have a new space, so they're going to have some spaces they have to purchase furniture for, but then there will be other areas that they can outfit. They'll have money. I believe it was about $400,000 total in the equipment budget, and the IT upgrades for the school are about $300,000, so it should be about $100,000 of funds for them to purchase furnishings. So if that is what the school determines their highest need is, then that would be something they could prioritize.
And another thing we can look at is we had done this past fall with Stoddard and some of their furniture because Stoddard received new furniture for the 3-story section for the 6th, 7th, and 8th grade academic areas at Stoddard. We made that furniture available to all the elementary and middle schools. And as we mentioned with the previous month's project status update with the TC Martin proposed renovation. If everything falls in line with the state funding for that renovation project. If Brown is not able to get new furniture for the media center, when we move TC Martin this summer, hopefully fingers crossed, from TC Martin to the transition school, which Brown will vacate, if TC Martin's media center furniture is in better condition than Brown's, then we could move that over to Brown.
And two other points. One, the media center is actually changing how it is going to look and be located compared to where it was before. So there will likely be some built-in things that will be new with that project. And secondly, I know that the project manager has been discussing with the principal the budget of what's available for furnishing. So I know he's had at least 1 or 2 meetings with her probably within the last month or so.
And just as a reminder, the Brown open space enclosure / renovation, that was on a much smaller scale. It was not a complete renovation like we had done at Mudd Elementary School and Eva Turner Elementary School, and all as well as the renovation and addition at Benjamin Stoddard. So the Brown project totals around $6 million, whereas the Eva Turner and Mudd were each over $23 million projects.
Yeah, Dr. Brown is very similar to the project we did a few years ago with Arthur Middleton.
Good. Anyone else? Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right. At this time, I'm going to invite Mr. Brad Snow, our Director of Transportation, up to the table, and he has a couple of guests from the Charles County Sheriff's Office with him. And our presentation is going to be on stop arm enforcement. Those are the exterior cameras. They're in the process now of being installed on the CCPS-owned buses and also the contract-owned buses for the enforcement of vehicles and motorists who run the stop arm red lights for buses when they are activated for students who are boarding and unboarding at bus stops. So at this point, I will turn it over to Mr. Snow, and he can introduce our guest. But this has been a 10-year, or about a 10-year adventure to try to get this in place. So we are very excited that we are at the finish line for this project. So, Mr. Snow.
Good afternoon, thank you, Mr. Ryan. I'm joined today by Sergeant Morales from the Charles County Sheriff's Office, as well as Jennifer Todd, also from the Charles County Sheriff's Office. They'll be adding any information that they deem appropriate at the end of the bus patrol presentation, and certainly you can ask any questions regarding the enforcement of the bus patrol initiative that we're going into. You'll see here on the first slide, basically we're going to talk about 3 different things: the bus patrol initiative, the project status, and then followed up by the ticketing enforcement. If you've been noticing around the county, you'll see on the side of a number of our buses, you'll see a yellow pocketed 2-sided camera on the driver's side of many of the school buses that are going around the community. In some instances, you'll see where that camera has been installed over some of the verbiage for Charles County schools. That'll be all taken care of once the program is complete, and those words will be moved down the bus, so make sure that they're not blocked in any way. You'll see that camera on the side, and then you'll see a camera on the back side facing backward. You'll see one on the door side facing the door, and then the interior cameras are mounted throughout the bus. Really what we're looking at as far as getting into the agreement with Bus Patrol is obviously the first thing is safety. We have experienced over the years a number of folks that are running red lights of our school buses, and unfortunately that causes issues with student exiting or getting onto the bus. What we've had in the past is our drivers would then call us in transportation. They would try to capture whatever information they could get from that vehicle. They would go back to their contractor. They could fill out the form. They would send it to us. We would send it into the sheriff's office for enforcement that way. So it's a little bit burdensome. So hopefully this will obviously take care of a lot of that. And they're seeing across the country, and especially on the East Coast where Bus Patrol operates, this is being a great deterrent for red light runners. The other aspect of this is for our school system. At no cost to us, Bus Patrol outfits the interior of all the buses with a 5-camera system that monitors cellular type of feed through 5 cameras. So there's no removing a cartridge or removing a tape from the folks that are at the school base when they want to review video. They'll use a thumb drive. They can pull it right off the CPU there, or they can request information from the actual the vendor Bus Patrol. I can, in my office, I do have the ability, since it is cellular, that you can watch live time. You can go into a bus and watch the bus as it goes down the road on those cameras. That's not a service that folks have across the county, but that is a feature that Bus Patrol does offer. If we want to do evaluations or just monitor a driver, monitor kids on the bus, we have the ability to do that in real time, which we've never had to before. The other thing that it does allow us to do is folks to download information off the bus goes down the road and it continues recording. Whereas before, if someone at the school level were to remove a tape, they forget to put the tape back in, that bus has no video recording capabilities until that tape is put back in. So it's a big win for us, and it's at no cost. Obviously, the bus patrol system itself will be making revenue in a shared process with the Charles County government, the sheriff's office, for when they're ticketing. That's what will pay for the ability to outfit those buses. So if you can imagine it, every year we have a number of buses that retire. They come off the road at 15 years. We then, as a school system, have had to buy new cameras for those buses. At this time, now all we do is contact Bus Patrol. They'll come out and outfit that particular bus with not only the sidearm camera, but also all the interior cameras at no charge to the school system. Go ahead. The first thing you see here is the initiative. The school districts and municipalities rely on the Bus Patrol's technology processes and safety expert to reduce the number of cars that illegally pass, stop school buses in their community. And you see that a lot on a number of roadways here in Charles County, not so much some of the more rural areas, but on some of the major traffic areas you will see a great number of them, and it does become frustrating to our bus drivers and also obviously a danger to the kids. 98% of the violators don't receive a second ticket, and we'll talk about ticketing here in a moment. But you can see there on the slide the different cameras that are installed. And the one thing that is fantastic about all the Bus Patrol cameras, there's a forward-facing camera that goes out front of the bus, and it records nonstop. So any accidents or anything that bus can actually record. And we've been working, even with the sheriff's department in certain areas, the bus may capture something. If you can imagine how many buses we have on the road that are constantly recording what's going on in front of it, that can be a huge resource as well. Next one. So we're going to talk a little bit about the project status. You got to go ahead one more. It's just kind of the way it works. The project status, you can see there, on the left, the stop arm camera, the interior cameras, and then of course the one picture has the forward facing camera. Embedded in this slideshow, there is a link there for the press release. If it is up on board docs or available to the public, they can certainly go on here anytime. The information that you're going to see in the next couple slides has been updated. When I first posted this to board docs, I had to have the information in there in a timely manner, but since that was posted, more buses have been equipped and more violation or warning letters have gone out. So the next slide for the projected timeline, if we look there for 12/1/2021, December 1st we had 124 buses completely installed, or about 33% of our fleet. There are the contractors that they started with. Typically the larger contractors were started first. On the 3rd we were at 145 buses. And then by the 31st, Bus Patrol increased the number of installers, and the goal is to complete 35 installations per week. With this planned schedule, they project to have completed installations on 285 buses by the end of December. 2/28, the completion date for installation on all 375 buses. And you may think, well, in the past, we've talked a little bit about the number of buses we have on routes. They're equipping every bus with Bus Patrol technology. Therefore, if a bus is out of commission for maintenance or anything like that, a sub bus is put on that route, that bus will also have the same technology installed on it as well. So hopefully by 2/28, we'll have 375 buses, all with that type of safety equipment provided. The ticketing enforcement on the next slide. One more. You'll see the ticketing and enforcement. Bus Patrol and the Charles County Sheriff's Office will be responsible for managing all aspects of the red light runner citations. That was a big concern for our drivers, where the driver's going to be approached by people in the community, with questions about their ticket that they received or anything like that. We have, as a school system, no involvement in the ticketing itself, the processing, the review of the video surveillance system or anything like that. That's all managed by the Bus Patrol folks in the Sheriff's Department, so there won't be any issues with that coming directly to our drivers or directly to our Charles County Board of Education staff. November 18th, the warning citations began being issued, and then on January 17th, for the general public, the actual citations are scheduled to begin. So again, January 17th, if you are captured in one of the red light cameras, you will receive a letter and it will result in a fine. Just a little bit of background on kind of what we've been seeing on the road. As of December 1st, 279 warnings were issued. That was only for 8 school days, with cameras on 33% of the fleet or 124 buses. As of December 12th, we had 471 warning letters issued, and that's for 15 school days, and that's with nearly half of the buses with this equipped with this technology, 175 buses. So you can obviously see that there's a need for this type of safety equipment with those numbers of violators taking place in such a short period of time. Sergeant Morales will be responsible for overseeing the bus patrol camera enforcement operations. He's with the Traffic Operations, Special Operations Divisions with the Charles County Sheriff's Office. And if you have any questions for us, we'd be happy to answer them at this time.
Ms. Sable.
Who has the contract with Bus Patrol? Is it CCPS or CCSO?
The contract is between the Sheriff's Office and Bus Patrol, and then there's a memorandum of understanding which involves Charles County Public Schools. So we were involved in the MOU.
Okay, because I know the board has talked about this on several occasions, and in March 2019, we approved to move forward with Vera Mobility. And then there was nothing else ever brought before us or anything, and now we're with Bus Patrol. I have grave concern with Bus Patrol as a company, and I had forwarded some information to Dr. Navarro and to Mr. Snow earlier. Just going to hit on some points with that. Montgomery County Public Schools, August 2018. There's all kinds of news articles, Bus Patrol in conjunction with some transportation people at Montgomery County Public Schools. There was missing citation dollars. There was an internal audit done. The CEO of Bus Patrol pled guilty to fraud. There was an IG report done. That's dated June 28th, 2019. After some of that coming forward, Baltimore County, July 14th, 2020, rejected to move forward with the contract with Bus Patrol because of the IG report and the scheme that was taking place with missing citation dollars. After that point, I can't really find anything, so has all of this been addressed with Bus Patrol as a company in general?
So as Ms. Abel,
Was this known before the contract moved forward, or?
So Ms. Abel, as you received a copy of the weekly update, which I addressed some of that information in there, so I'm glad to discuss that with the public as well. Those findings and that issue with the former CEO goes back to 2018 and 19 with an incident in Texas and a school system in Texas. Since that point, obviously, that CEO has gone through the court system. There were charges against him, and there was a separation with that individual and the company. The company has changed its name and is under new ownership and management. Since that point, as I mentioned in my weekly update, a number of other Maryland school systems have gone with Bus Patrol and the Vera Mobility, which we did the presentation back in 2019. That was one of the two that it came down between the Sheriff's Office and a final decision was to go with Bus Patrol. So I cannot speak for the Sheriff's Department specifically why they went with Bus Patrol over Vera Mobility, but there have been no issues with that company, Bus Patrol, since it has been under the new ownership and new management. Since again there was a separation with that former CEO, and he went through the court system for the allegations were made against him and the school system in Texas.
Okay.
And again, there is no exchange of funds. It is a no cost to Charles County Public Schools. So even the fines and that are collected, there's no exchange between Bus Patrol or any CCPS employees and Bus Patrol for the fines that are taken in.
So did we activate the Zonar, the push to talk?
I'm not understanding your question.
There is a Zonar system that Bus Patrol offers, and it's push to talk. In the article about us contracting with or partnering with Bus Patrol, it states that some of the citation fees will also be used to pay for the Zonar system.
No, the fees that are collected are paying for the actual equipment on the bus, which are the interior and exterior cameras. My understanding, Mr. Snow, Zonar is a separate company or entity, and they're dealing with they're not dealing with bus camera or stop arm enforcement. They're particularly, to my knowledge, deal
GPS vendor.
with GPS and tracking the speed of the bus, tracking the mechanical systems of the bus, tracking when the the door is open, but we are not involved with having that on our bus. We already have GPS equipment on the bus.
Okay, well, that's something that we might want to look into, because the article definitely states that Bus Patrol has added another service, a push-to-talk Zonar system, and then it goes on to claim that the citation fees from Charles County will also be used to pay for the Zonar system, so.
No, we do have a push-to-talk device on the bus, and that's through a separate company, which is pre-existing technology we have on the bus. We have the bus radios, which have been on the buses with Procom, which have been on the buses probably for the last 10 years, and that's a push-to-talk device. It's like a CB where they can communicate with the transportation office and the schools. And it also has an emergency button on there so they can talk directly with 911 in the event that there's a bus accident or a medical emergency or some type of other situation requiring assistance from emergency services.
Okay. And just for clarification, and once again, the fees are all being handled by CCSO. They are handling the accounting of those, and those fees are being used to retrofit the buses with additional equipment.
Yes.
Is that all the fees are being used for?
So, ma'am, the fees are collected, and 60% of those go to Bus Patrol, 40% goes to the Charles County government.
Okay.
Okay? We take payment for those through the county treasurer's office, and then that's redistributed from there.
60% to the bus retrofit, 40% to county government, was that right?
Correct.
Or reversed?
60% to Bus Patrol,
Bus.
40% to Charles County Sheriff's Office or county government.
Okay.
And then if we wanted to take advantage of other features that the vendor would offer, we could do that, and then the percentages would just change. But that would be something that would have to be completely negotiated between the
Okay.
sheriff's department, as they're the ones collecting the funds, to offset the price of any of those things like student ID scanners. You know, a lot of these vendors have a kind of a cachet of different things that you can use, but those things come at a cost, so you just reduce the amount of revenue that you get to offset the price of installing those type of features.
Right.
So there are school systems, especially going back to that, your stories from 2018 and 17, school systems that are involved in part of the, the percentages with the collection of the fees, the enforcement of that. But as I mentioned, this has been a 10-year process to get this in place, going back to when Mr. Richmond was here. And, even when we started these conversations back with Mr. Richmond and the previous sheriff, it's been clear all along that the school system did not want to have any part in any of the fees that are collected.
Right.
We are just happy to have this enforcement going on. I think we're all can remember back several years ago of an unfortunate incident that happened with one of our elementary schools. So we're just fortunate and glad to have this opportunity to see this being enforced in the county, and again, at no cost to the school system.
I agree. And looking at the statistics in just the 8 days, it is a service that is greatly needed. My only concern was with the company itself, and hopefully all of that has been addressed, and there will be a lot of eyes and oversight moving forward.
Sure, understand. And there were attorneys involved in all three parties with this agreement.
Thank you.
And also to follow up on your earlier comment, ma'am.
Yes, sir.
The sheriff's office did look at Vera Mobility as well.
Okay.
The previous traffic operations lieutenant that just recently retired had looked at Vera Mobility and Bus Patrol because those were the two competing vendors, and Bus Patrol was putting out a much better product. It was much clearer to see the violations, and that was one of the big factors, along with the security features added into the buses that would provide added security and visibility to the school board.
Okay, thank you very much.
Mrs. McGraw?
Sergeant Morales, I just want to understand correctly. 476 citations, is that what it was? Is that because 471 warnings, because people were trying to pass the bus?
Yes, ma'am. This, I'll tell you, I'm very glad I got invited to this meeting today. Let me tell you, as I recently took over our traffic operations unit approximately 5 months ago, and one of my biggest complaints from our citizens here in our community is people not stopping for school buses. I got a unit of 3 people. I can't watch 300 buses.
Right.
So this is a force multiplier for us. This is something that is going to deter violators, and it's a good thing to be out on our highway, because there is nothing that guts me more when I get a concerned parent that says, hey, my kid just got off the bus from elementary school, and this guy didn't stop for the bus. And it is a shame that that still goes on. If I pull them over, it's a $570 fine and 3 points on their license.
Say that again?
Okay.
If the sheriff's office, if an officer from the sheriff's office stops a person, it is $570 and 3 points. Fortunately, with the bus patrol program, it is a $250 civil violation. Therefore, it goes to the registered owner of the vehicle. So whoever's vehicle that is, they are responsible for that vehicle and what that driver's actions are. There's the potential, just like a speeding camera violation or a red light camera violation, where they can transfer liability, where they have a signed statement from the driver that says, hey, it was me, I'll pay the fine. But I think this is a great opportunity to help deter these violations, because we want to avoid these kind of tragedies. And it gets us out there. This gets the knowledge out there. I'm very fortunate. I got a really good staff that the oversight for these citations. I have 4 great technicians that review these. They currently review the red light camera program and speed camera program on our school zones. It is a constant thing we have to focus on here in the county, is keeping our children safe. And this is another program that's going to benefit that for sure.
So is there any monetary attachment to the warning? It's
To the
just-
warning, no ma'am.
There
No, ma'am.
should be.
The sheriff made the decision. He wanted this to be in effect for 60 days
Okay.
for warnings. That was his decision. It gets the knowledge out there, and it lets the public know.
Thank you.
In the Sheriff's Office and the Maryland State Police, even before we've piloted cameras on and off over the last 10 years I mentioned, but they've been great. Anytime we've had concerns, either be through bus drivers or parents, or just community members of, we have a particular area maybe on, Route 5 in the Forest Park area, and if we mention it to the Sheriff's Office or Maryland State Police, they've been great over the years in going over there and doing enforcement. And as Sergeant Morales has said, the difficult thing is they don't have the staffing to be hitting all these areas, on an everyday basis. So this is, a great win for the county. And we've even had, situations which I've witnessed myself or, through phone calls of parents or grandparents who at the bus stop out there trying to physically, become barriers. So they stand out in the lanes of traffic as kids are boarding buses or unboarding buses. So, we don't want parents to physically be using themselves as barriers. So we are very excited about this project and its implementation.
And to follow up on that, 301 southbound Gillespie Circle, just up near the county line alone. A bus puts its stop arm out, 9 violations right there. If I was behind that bus, I could stop 1 car. But this program's going to allow us to hold 9 cars accountable for that kind of behavior. Also, I know it's been tough this year getting school bus drivers this year. Speaking earlier about the evaluation process, about being able to see those drivers in action. Also, on my end, my unit handles the school bus accidents. So having those kind of cameras inside helps us determine fault better, as opposed to a he said, she said, and it just gives us better evidence when we're investigating those bus accidents as well.
Well, thank you.
Question, comment more directed towards Dr. Navarro. You said January?
For the completion day?
Yes.
It was February 28th, but they're thinking they're going to have it done much sooner than that.
Are we going to put out a press release to say, hey, we need your help We have this wonderful new program that's going to enforce,
Ms. Mackey's been working with the actual
yeah.
vendor.
And they've also
not-
been working with the communications office, with the sheriff's department as well.
And the idea here is not to forewarn the public. The bottom line is, when you see a bus,
Formal.
stop. I will share with you that 50-plus years ago, I had the unfortunate situation of being on a bus with a classmate, and the bus ahead of us had pulled over because my classmate's sibling was hit. And it was a tragedy. And I will tell you, no matter whose child, loved one, you never, ever want to be part of when these things unfold, and they happen really quickly, all because someone doesn't stop. So we have an opportunity to turn this into a positive and prevent a lot of folks from, for getting in trouble, and for God forbid, the worst. So we appreciate the Sheriff's Department's collaboration and efforts in trying to mitigate this unfortunate circumstance. You tell Sheriff Barry anytime he wants to up the fee because somebody doesn't want to up the fee to save a life because somebody can't get the message. It's an easy word, S-T-O-P, stop. So, thank you.
Thank you all.
Thank you. Oh, Ms. Brown, I'm sorry.
I'm glad to see this. The data shows the amount of warnings, the need for this. It was just overwhelming to me to look at how many warnings were given out. I had no idea that many warnings would be given out in that amount of time. I mean, I know people in a hurry, but they've got to realize that a school bus is carrying kids. The worst thing that could happen is if you hit a kid, all those kids on that bus are going to be traumatized. Mm-hmm. So please take your time and slow down and stop.
Easy. Thank you.
Thank you all.
Thank you. So at this time,
Thank you.
we will take a break until 3:50.
Sure.
Good.
Thank you.
3:50.
3:50.
Thank you, Kyle. Welcome back, everyone, and happy holidays. Our next order of business is there addressing any unfinished business? Is there any unfinished business? Hearing none. Is there any new business? Hearing none. Is there any future agenda items? Mr. Lucas.
Thank you, Chairman Wilson. Ms. Battle Lockhart and myself finished reviewing 2000 and 7000 series and sent that to Mr. Schwartz just so he could look at it before we met as a board. So I think at the February board meeting, or at the January board meeting, sorry, we could at least introduce it so the public can take a look at it.
So noted, okay.
Thanks.
Mr. Hancock.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Earlier in the meeting, Dr. Navarro, during her remarks, had mentioned about some changing criteria on the state level with the mask mandate in public schools. And I would like to see where we fall in those categories of what percentage of our students are vaccinated. And I know that the Maryland website hasn't been working for a while, but also looking at the numbers within our county, basically as a plan to when we do decide to make that transition away from mandatory face masks.
Okay.
Can I get some clarification
Sure.
on the request? So just to be clear, Mr. Hancock, do you want just data metrics? So one thing to note is that, as you may be aware, the Department of Health, their state, at the state level, the server was, I don't know, hacked perhaps, and so they don't have any data yet as of December 3rd or 4th. And so I'm not sure about, we usually tend to merge local county data, and then school district data. And so can you let me know what specific data you would like to see again?
Well, I guess the long and short of it is what we would like to look for to make that decision in regards to what the state is asking of us, you know, and then where we currently stand, and then where we would like to see ourselves when we go to make that decision.
Okay. And if you would like, how would you like that? Would you like that as an update, or would you like it to come to the next board meeting? Because I believe by the next board meeting, the final group will have, I believe, if Eric can check me on this, will have met. And so there will be a full decision about whether or not the state superintendent's recommendation on how to go about at the state level has moved forward, as I stated earlier, with that 80% indicator and that local flexibility. And we could bring forward some local data and then put it as a discussion topic for the board in January with some local metrics, and then see if the board wants to have any additional discussions as it moves to February, when the suspension of the current requirements for mask ends, which I believe I had it on my notes, it's sort of
Somewhere in February.
February 22nd, I want to say.
think, yeah.
I got to go back in my notes.
Yeah. Personally, I'd like to see it come before us, but
For
whatever the
discussion.
will of the board is for discussion.
Okay, anybody else?
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Hancock. I have a couple comments, questions before. I know that there was a survey that was sent out for the URSA funding. Is there a plan in the weekly update? Has that already been done as far as the feedback on the survey?
So I actually just looked at these results yesterday with Mr. Steve Roberts. We did receive about 1,000 participants, 4 students, 600, and I cannot recall the exact number of parents, and then the Delta 300 and some staff. So we will be making those results public. They're still analyzing it. There's a way in which they're analyzing open responses to look for keywords that keep coming up. And so I thought it was really neat, but we will have that information out that queued up. How do people feel we should be using our ESSER funding? One additional point, and I just take privilege because you gave me a spot to do this. We will be doing some preliminary work to bring to the board a draft proposal of a district improvement strategic plan for the next several years for the school system. And one of the things that we're going to do is put out a survey to our staff, our students starting in grades 4 through 12, and our parents, our families, about the strategic areas in the school system that they feel work really well and areas that they would like to see moving forward. We're going to use, I mentioned this with the ESSER data because we will be publishing both sets of information and surveys, but we are going to use the ESSER data for a retreat that we're going to be conducting with administrators and leadership and my leadership team to look at what families said in that survey as we think about strategic bodies of work. So both of those surveys will eventually be published. I believe the only reason we haven't published the ESSER results is just that they are still showing how to show it and put it in an easily digestible way, but we'll have that information also on the website.
Okay. And again, this is, I'll make a comment, discussion in the task force on new school construction. Is there Is there an end date? What's the plan? Is it continuing? And not so much you need to answer it, but I just want to make sure that if it is continuing, that we don't lose a pulse on what the plan is, because of course there's this discussion about public-private partnership, and then I thought I saw a recommendation from one of the county commissioners to legislate something with regard to public-private partnerships. And before this pony gets too far down the road, it would be nice if the Board of Ed could have some sort of input and direction.
So I'll first talk about the public-private partnerships. So it was about a month or so ago, Steve Andrews, who joined me earlier, our Director of Planning and Construction, had a meeting with his counterpart in Prince George's County. Because Prince George's County is involved in a number of P3s. I believe it's around 8 schools that they're going to build through P3 partnerships. About 2 years ago, under the urging of President Commissioner Collins, we had a meeting with a group from North Carolina who's done a number of P3s in North Carolina. And we are in the midst of setting up another meeting with a local company to gather more information regarding P3s, because we believe that obviously Prince George's County is using that as a funding source for construction, but it may be something that other counties may pursue, including Charles County. So it's something that we want to make sure that we are well versed in that. In terms of the funding task force, so that's been one of the topics that's been discussed with the group, and that funding task force involves 9 members. So it's 3 members of Charles County Public Schools, Karen Acton, our Assistant Superintendent for Fiscal Services, Steve Andrews, our Director of Planning and Construction, myself. It involves folks from Planning and Growth Management at the county level, Ben Yeckley and Jason Groth, and also involves 2 folks from Fiscal Services at the county government, Jenny Ellen and Jacob Dyer. And it also involves the town manager from the town of La Plata, and also a representative from the town of Indian Head. And we've met a number of times over the last 9 months to try to come up with some ideas for some alternative funding sources beyond P3s. And we're going to be giving a presentation, we believe, sometime in February to the county commissioners. So this was something that the county commissioners had tasked to put this group together. So we anticipate giving some information to the public in February.
One thing I just want to add is the meeting that we are having with the county to listen to the P3 initiative, I will be attending. And as a matter of record, I am going to put in writing my recommendation to the board around just doing some analysis internally about what the options are as I see them moving forward for any future funding of CIP projects.
I think I just want to make sure that we as a board are afforded an opportunity to weigh in. It's not advocating for or against it's having a clear understanding of what it is, its implications, and that if it affects us, then we should have a say at the table and weigh in. So I just want to make sure.
Sure. So it's our understanding that when that meeting presentation occurs with the commissioners, it'll just be an informational meeting, a report at that time, and then obviously at a later time the commissioners would make decisions. So like we've done with some of the things involving Heritage Green, or the changes that occurred, or the proposed changes, which now are the changes with the adequate public facilities, we will obviously include you in that and work with you to putting together
So are you saying that
letter.
Are you saying that the Board of Education will not have an opportunity to collaborate or to weigh in? It is strictly the county commissioners?
My understanding is that the first meeting will be informational. We'll present the options that are out there, but in terms of what the commissioners may or may not do, we're not privy to that information. So I'm not sure if it'll. I would not anticipate, and again, I don't want to speak for out of line here. I would not anticipate that they would take any action that day. It would be just, again, a sharing of information for them to make a consideration later on. So I don't know how then that will play out at that point. So I'd leave that up to the 2 elected boards then to to discuss the options that are out there.
We may need to ring the bell, just to, in the spirit of collaboration. That's
Well,
all.
we have other instances where we've asked the two boards to come together, and we're currently working on some dates based on the legislative breakfast and the presentation that our staff did on the blueprint. And so the commissioners have said that they like situations where the boards collaborate. This may be yet another area where we actually have the boards collaborate. So we'll think through what that process is and suggest some ways in which the boards can actually come together, get a joint presentation, and then give some feedback before they make any decisions
Thank you.
moving
That's-
forward. Yep.
Suspension data. I know that, Dr. Navarro, you love data. And so one area of interest that we haven't discussed recently, I'm not saying that it's appropriate now, but in sometime in the future, I would love for you, if it's the will of the board, to give us kind of an update. We're hearing a lot about fights and disruption in the classroom. So since we are always taking that deep dive on suspension, just to see where we're at. The other thing, and this is probably part of your website development, is there's a lot of wonderful activities, athletic events, the arts that are taking place, and oftentimes if you don't catch it either through a press release, you do have to go to the individual school websites, which is okay, but I would ask that you consider, we want to support the athletic events and the arts, but it would be nice if it was a one-stop shopping, because we have some very athletic and talented folks, and we're asking the public support in these events. The booster clubs could certainly use your coins, and I think if we kind of advertise it more accessible, I think we would get more support. And then lastly, I would love to get an update on, since you have been in your job for some time, to talk about PTOs, PTSOs, and what's your vision going forward and how we can get more parental involvement. And not to say that the PTSO is the only avenue, but I've noticed a couple of our school sites needing folks to step up and serve on their PTSO. We need you, and any suggestions you might have. Maybe we could send Miss Abel out with her Christmas hats. But we, as you said in your update, we need you, and so if some board members need to come out and support these events, I'd be more than willing to step up. It takes a village.
We'll do just one clarification on the suspension data. I usually look at suspension data, but I look more on a couple of data points. And so if we do an update to the board, is this an update that they want as a presentation to the board, or is this an update that you would prefer on a weekly? And then I would maybe add more contextual data, referrals, suspensions, behavioral threat assessments. There's a lot of things that give you a broader picture for student school climate.
Why don't you give us a presentation?
Okay.
So we know where we're at, and then based on that presentation, we'll go from there. And I appreciate it.
Yep.
Because I love your analysis of data. Anybody else? Ms. Abel?
So that information was usually provided on the website as well. So maybe after we hone in exactly what data we want, we can also start posting it and updating that, because I think it's, the information that's on there is kind of antiquated.
Yeah, and you're right, Ms. Abel. Some community groups have already asked us, when are we posting? How often do we post? And we had a preliminary conversation about that and how do we post, and just some data cleaning up to do so. And to make sure that when we post, it's not student identifiable data, so the timing needs to be in a sequence that allows us to be able to see that. So we will bring that forward, and then we'll work through with the board on exactly when that presentation will come forward.
Thank you. Mr. Lucas?
Side note for athletic stuff, if you go to smacathletics.org,
That's where usually.
that
Yeah,
that-
we're gonna definitely do a
that's the
quick
best
link.
place to see what's going on. I mean, it's obviously all 3 counties, and I appreciate you wanting to have it all in one spot, but you know, there's literally 20 events
On,
one day, so putting that on a calendar somewhere might get a little cumbersome.
not so much putting it on a calendar, but just if you hit this button, if that site, and I've
Like
been
from
to-
the homepage on the or something.
Yes.
Yeah, a
Have it
quick
go?
link.
Okay.
Just a quick link so
Yeah.
that, hey, I want to go watch wrestling tonight, because I hear the La Plata wrestling team is like, they're projected to be the state champion.
Yeah.
Imagine that.
Okay, we will do that, and we'll
Okay.
bring forward some ideas. I'm sure Shelley's listening right now.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Are we doing public recognition? Are we going to recognition right now?
Are we ready to go into, do we need to take a break, or are we ready to go into recognition? Huh?
We do not need to take a break.
We do not take a break, okay.
I'm saying, I mean, from my.
Yeah,
from my
okay.
point of view, we don't need to take a break.
All right, let's do this.
I need a break.
Okay, you need a break.
Just
Oh,
gotta pass these out.
understood. I'll wait on your call.
This is Spinner, right? Jennifer?
Do you think someone will mind? Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Jones.
Dr. Jones.
Thank you.
Dr. Jones. Thank
Well, good evening, Board Chairperson Wilson, board members, Dr. Navarro, and staff. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, this is the moment that you've been waiting for. The real reason why we are here, why we do what we do. We've assembled this evening to recognize a small sampling of the greatness we have in the young people we serve. Tonight, I'm pleased to present to you 4 students who have been identified by their school principals as exemplary student models in the following areas: academic achievement, personal responsibility, and career readiness. Students being recognized this evening are Martin Spinner, 12th grader from North Point High School, Dimitri Hicks, 8th grader from Mattawoman Middle School, Jace Williams, 5th grader from Walter J. Mitchell Elementary School, and Lewis Benton, 5th grader from Mary B. Neal Elementary School. These outstanding students will be recognized in this order by their school principals, and we will begin with Martin Spinner making his way to the front of the room. Martin Spinner being recognized this evening by his school principal from North Point High School, Mr. Dan Capel. Good afternoon, Mr. Spinner. Congratulations. Please have a seat. Mr. Capel.
During his tenure as a student at North Point High School, Martin Spinner has excelled as a student and citizen at our school. In the classroom, he meets and surpasses every challenge set before him. To his peers, he is a gifted leader who is respected and followed. Martin excels as a student in our construction design management program. After he completes high school, he plans on attending college to pursue a degree in architectural engineering. I asked a few of his teachers to describe what Martin adds to their classroom. To say his teachers love to have him in class is an understatement. His honors physics teacher, Ms. Sanderson, commented, "Martin always brings a positive and inspiring attitude to the classroom." Ms. Cockerham, his AP calculus teacher, added, "Martin is a hardworking student who asks great questions during class. He is always respectful and has a pleasant demeanor. He puts in extra time outside of class to ensure that he is preparing himself for our lessons. In AP Literature, Ms. Smith sums up his impact. He is an all-around good student. He understands the value of working hard to be successful, and he demonstrates that in class. He shares his thoughts in class about what we are learning, and it is evident that he works hard to understand the material. Martin's general demeanor is positive, and it is infectious. His performance in the classroom goes beyond being a pleasure for his teachers to have in class. His peers enjoy his impact on their learning experience. Martin is incredibly kind and well-respected amongst his peers. He motivates all of his classmates to keep reaching high, even if they are discouraged. Ms. Smith adds, he is a student that makes others around him feel like they belong. He is kind, respectful to everyone, and honestly a joy to be around. His AP government instructor, Ms. Prada, comments, Martin is an active member of our NPHS community. He cares deeply about having student voices heard. Since he is such a respected member of our community, when he speaks, we listen. One more area in which Martin positively impacts NPHS community is in athletics. Martin Spinner has excelled as a member of both the indoor and outdoor track and field teams since he was a freshman. His coach, Ms. Hall, describes him as a dedicated athlete who trains hard to meet his season goals. He is a member of the 4x200 meter relay in the 2021 outdoor season, who helped North Point High School win the Charles County and 3A regional championship titles, as well as finish second in the 3A state meet. His upcoming senior seasons in both indoor and outdoor track promise to be even more exciting as he finishes his track and field career at our school. I am proud to present Martin Spinner as North Point High School's exemplary student. Martin is a complete package, and he has a bright future ahead of him. We look forward to hearing about all his future endeavors and successes. Congratulations.
Ms. Wilson, I'm going to turn it over to you.
Dr. Jones, what can I say? Welcome, Martin. I mean, what an impressive young man, and it's absolutely always a joy to celebrate our students' successes, and it's clear by the resume that your principal has presented that you are well on your way to bigger and better things. I am absolutely curious, what is your time in the relay? What's your best time in the relay? I know, I know nothing about track, but I would love to know how fast you can run in your segment.
In my segment, so referring to the 4x200 meter relay, and last year we ran I believe a 127, 128. We just missed the school record, so we're definitely going to hit it this year.
So that's that. I want everybody to hear that. Say he's definitely going to hit it. So have you decided on a university or college, or are you leaning towards any particular school?
Yes, ma'am. My top school that I want to attend is the United States Military Academy at West Point.
Oh, good choice. And you hope to run track there?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Well, anything that we can do to make sure that you serve our nation. I think based on your resume as a retired Army officer myself, I think you would be an excellent candidate. Service to the nation, you have the resume, and we wish you nothing but the best. So at this time, is there anything that you would like to say? You have family or friends or colleagues that you would like to address?
Yes, ma'am. I would first like to thank Mr. Capel for nominating me to be here today. I've been a product of the Charles County system. I went through K through 12. I started at William A. Diggs Elementary School, where teachers like Ms. Donaldson, Ms. Wicca, the vice principal, Mr. D'Ambrosio, Ms. Taylor, helped me prepare for middle school, where I attended Matthew Henson Middle School, where teachers like Ms. Stan, Ms. Dunleavy, and Mr. Palin helped me prepare for high school. And now I'm at North Point High School, and I have teachers like Ms. Smith, Ms. Prada, Mr. Monk, and Mr. Solahub, who have all prepared me for the next 4 years at another institution. So I would just like to say thank you to all of you all for helping me prepare for the next 4 years of my educational career.
I'm sure you will do an outstanding job. Good luck and congratulations.
Thank you.
And get ready to do some push-ups and some sit-ups, and do that 2 miles in less than about 13, 14 minutes. And kudos to the family that has supported him. Job well done.
All right, and congratulations once again to Martin. And so at this time, we will have our next award recipient make his way to the front of the room. Please welcome 5th grader from Walter J. Mitchell Elementary School, young Mr. Jace Williams. Jace will be represented by his principal, Mr. Where's his principal? I'm sorry, Mr. Adam. Come on back. Mr. Adam is his principal, and Jace is going to make his way to the front of the room. Yes. All right, here he is. Come on,
Jace. Good afternoon. It is my distinct pleasure to present to you Mr. Jace Williams. Jace is a 5th grade student in Miss Grove's class. He is in his 6th year at Mitchell and has been a top performing student each year. Last year in 4th grade, Jace finished with all A's and top scores in all the performance indicators on his report card. When asked what he wants to be when he grows up, Jace said, "That's simple. I'm into gaming. I want to be a software engineer." Perfect career for someone with his work ethic and demeanor. Jace went on to explain he also enjoys playing all sports, with his favorite being soccer, which of course he plays and excels at. His favorite place to go out for dinner with his family is Sakura. And he enjoys playing games, math games that is, with his dad and his brother. When talking to Jace, I asked him why he felt that he was a responsible kid. And he said, "Because I know that doing the right thing is important." And I agree, whether it's a sad kid, a sick kid, or someone just feeling down and in need of a friend, Jace Williams is the first student that we asked to come join that student. Jace, you are an awesome person. And I, as well as all the teachers at Walter J. Mitchell, agree that you are our first and only choice to be nominated for recognition as demonstrating personal responsibility each and every day. Congratulations on being an awesome kid, Jace.
So, Jace, it is welcome to the Charles County Board of Education. This is certainly an honor for you. Your resume is extremely impressive. You are a gamer. So what are your favorite games?
It would be Minecraft.
Oh, okay. And how long have you been playing Minecraft?
For about 2 years.
2 years? Do you think you could design a game?
If I went to school for a little bit more longer, maybe.
Yeah? Okay. Do you think you have some ideas when you get that skill set?
Maybe something. Maybe like a gun game or something like that. I
Yeah.
don't really know.
Okay. And I read here that you love playing soccer. Is there a particular position you like to play?
It's called right wing.
Okay.
So it's basically on offense, but you're on the right side.
On the right side. Okay. Well, you keep up the good work, and particularly the personal responsibility, and I am confident that you're going to continue to do extremely well. So at this time, is there anybody that you would like to give a shout out or thank you to?
I would like to thank my family and Mr. Adam for nominating me.
Okay. All right. Well, you keep up the good work, and Merry Christmas to you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Young Mr. Jace has the same haircut I've been trying to grow for some reason. It's not working for me. Just come right to the front and get your picture, all right?
Yeah, take the picture in front of them.
You too, yeah. Same brother. Privacy's coming up.
So your mom and dad must be really proud. Are they here today? Are they right there? Well, hey, mom and dad, great job. Thank you. Impressive young man.
Put it up.
Oops.
Wait, let me get one. Let me get one.
Oh.
Thank you.
Well, thank you. We expect to see you more. Oh, ooh.
Come on, man, come on.
Good job, good job.
All right. And now we'll go back to our middle school. Please welcome to the microphone young Mr. Dimitri Hicks from Mattawoman Middle School, who will be introduced by his principal, Ms. Sonia Blue.
All right,
Mr.
Miss
Hicks,
Blue.
come on down. All right, there he is.
Good afternoon. Today I'm introducing Mr. Dimitri Hicks, an 8th grader at the Mattawoman Middle School. Mr. Hicks has spent his entire middle school career at Mattawoman. His teachers were elated to know that he would be representing Mattawoman in the area of academic achievement. Dimitri always has a smile on his face and is excited about coming to class. His teachers say he stops by their classrooms in the morning to say good morning and have a good day. In addition, before he leaves, it's the same. He will always say, have a great evening. Now, this is a big deal to teachers because it lets us know that students are excited about being in school. It also shows great citizenship. But we're here this evening to talk about academic success. Dimitri is a leader in his class and he's willing to help his peers. His teachers say he is hardworking, kind, and well-rounded. He's the kind of student that you wish you could clone. Dimitri uplifts his peers by encouraging and motivating them to do their absolute very best. He comes to class ready. He's ready to learn with a smile. Dimitri never lets stress, doubt, or challenges get in the way of his positive attitude towards life. What I admire most about Dimitri is that he has mastered 2 important skills for academic achievement: self-reflection and self-correction. Earlier this year, he was working at a table that had been warned several times about talking and not completing their work. Instead of getting distracted, Dimitri moved his seat by himself so he could get his work done. It is this demonstration of determination and dedication to school that makes him stand out among the rest. He tries everything he can, and even if he's never done it before. This year, he tried his hand at golf, where his team earned 2nd place for the first time in the school's history. He was also a member of the archery team, the volleyball team, the basketball team, the track team, field team, and in his spare time, he's a member of the Student Government Association. When I spoke to Dimitri about being selected, he shared with me that he struggled through virtual instruction. His grades were not as strong as when he participated in in-person instruction. Dimitri even became sad and slightly unfocused. I am so happy to report that during the first quarter, he returned to his exemplary status of all A's and just 1 C. The C is in algebra, but Dimitri and Ms. Stackhouse believe that will be his last middle school C. When I spoke to Dimitri's mom, she said she was so excited about his selection for this recognition. He showed her the letter and said, "That's me, right?" Mom said she looked at the letter, she looked at the name, she looked at the letter, she looked at the name, she checked the address, and she said, "Yeah, son, that's you." She said Dimitri looked her dead in the eye and said, "Yeah, Mom, I'm still the man." As he navigates through various peer groups and academic challenges, Dimitri has been able to maintain a course of focus, excellence, and independence. He consistently produces first-rate classwork and performs at the top of his class. It is clear to me that Dimitri is self-determined, and he will show great promise and success ahead. Dimitri will be one to watch as he transitions to high school. We are so very proud of you, and yes, Dimitri, you are still the man. Congratulations.
So Dimitri, you are the man, and we are absolutely excited here today to help celebrate your success, your commitment to hard work, making your mom proud, impressing your principal. You keep up the good work, and you keep engaged with all these activities, and I'm confident that that C and that algebra, I'm confident is going to be an A. So you keep up the good work. At this time, is there anything you would like to say or a shout out to your classmates or your friends, your teachers?
Yes, I would like to shout out my mom. She pushed me every day through that terrible 7th grade year and continuing to push me through this year. I would also like to thank the Mega Sci-Fi Mentoring Program, especially brothers Prince Johnson and Otis Harvey. They've helped me through many times and gave me lifelong lessons. I would also like to thank Principal Blue and Mr. Evans at Mattawoman Middle School for believing in me. And I would also like to thank my two sisters, Kamari and Jamia Hicks. They put up with me through 14 years, but I know they love me unconditionally.
Well, we love you unconditionally. We want you to keep working hard, and the world is yours to conquer. So you keep up the good work, and I anticipate that you're going to be back here being recognized again and again and again. So we'll be looking forward with that reconnection. Happy holidays and Merry Christmas to you and your mother. And Mom, if you want to give a big wave. All right. Yay. Sure. Because he's the man. Miss Blue.
Mr. Evans.
All right, well, take yours first. Take yours first for the web page, and then we'll get
I'm sorry. I'm so sorry.
Exemplary Student Award tonight will be handed out to young Mr. Lewis Benton. Lewis Benton, 5th grader from Mary B. Neal Elementary School. Lewis Benton, please make your way to the front. Right there. And I'm sorry, and being represented by his principal, Ms. Debbie Brown.
It is with great pride and pleasure that I introduce you to Lewis Benton, a 5th grade student in Mrs. Varela's class at Mary B. Neal Elementary. He is being recognized tonight for career readiness, which is kind of a little difficult for elementary school, but I found some very interesting things out about Lewis. I looked back through his report cards in 2nd grade, and his teachers often said the same positive things about him. His 2nd grade teacher said that he was thoughtful and kind. All of his teachers through the years have said that he works hard and perseveres. He loves to be challenged, thinks outside of the box, and is a critical thinker. He strives for excellence. These traits will help him be successful in middle school, high school, and college, and all of these are characteristics that employers look for when hiring a new employee and will help him to be a stellar employee no matter what his career. I spoke with Lewis and asked him if he knew what he wanted to be when he grew up. He quickly answered that he wanted to be an engineer or a scientist. He thinks that one of the things that may have influenced him was that his great-grandfather was a scientist. When asked why he was pursuing these careers, he responded that he wants to be the kind of engineer or scientist that helps with things. He said that he didn't want to build things like nuclear bombs that might hurt people. He wants to find ways to solve problems by using what we have. He believes that it is important to take care of little things right away because little things can become big things. He's very philosophical. This is very representative of Lewis's personality. He wants to help his peers when they may be upset or angry. He works to be a role model for them. We have noticed that even in the midst of students who may not be working quietly, Lewis will do his best to stay focused. In his spare time, Lewis plays on a soccer team and a basketball team. He loves to be outside playing with his brothers, and he also likes video games. Lewis is in our Neal band. Lewis is a very insightful young man. He ended our interview by giving me a bit of advice in the form of a quote. "Don't look too much to the past or to the future. Just stay in the moment. Time flies." Lewis is an outstanding young man, one whom I'm very proud of, and I know that he will be successful at anything to which he puts his mind.
Thank you. Welcome, Lewis. It's a pleasure to meet you. Boy, you for being so young in elementary school, you already have a resume to go out into the workforce. Would you share with us what you think has helped you get to this point?
I think what helped me get to this point is my mom would always buy me these big fat workbooks. They were like kindergarten or first grade books. I hated those. I didn't know how to. They were asking me to do like 7 + 7, and I didn't like my sevens. Sevens were horrible. They always didn't make sense.
But it shows that you're a hard worker and you're persistent and you have a supportive family, and it's clear that you love your great-grandfather. Is there anything specifically you remember about your great-great-grandfather from a scientific perspective?
My grandfather told me he used to make monkeys smoke cigarettes.
Hey. Well, I am confident that with the direction that you're going, that anything that you set your mind on, you're going to do an excellent job. So you keep up the good work, and we expect for you to come back and share with us future achievements. So you let your mother keep giving you those workbooks, and the world is yours to conquer. At this time, would you like to share anything with your classmates or recognize anyone? Or
One
shout
of my
out to your
classmates
parents?
had this question. I don't know if I'm allowed to ask questions or not, but my classmate asked, why instead of reading and guided reading, instead we have reading and writing?
Huh?
I don't know the reason for that, but I thought that was a good question.
That is a good question, and I'm going to allow Dr. Navarro to answer that question. But what I would say to you, Lewis, is don't be afraid to ask the question. And you ask the question in a respectful manner, and you asked it on behalf of your schoolmates, and I would always encourage you to do that. And so, though I do not have the answer, I'm sure Dr. Navarro will get an answer to you so that you can take it back to your classmates. So, thank you. That is a good question, and thanks for having the courage to ask it. And and Merry Christmas to you.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
stage, we'll get your pictures taken, all right? Go right around this way. There you go.
How are you, buddy? This is for you. And that's for you as well.
Could I have you all stand in the middle? In the middle.
You can put it in there. That's fine.
Could you stand
right here? You want to come a little closer?
All right, okay. Thank you.
Have a great day.
You heard his question, right? Yes. I don't think that came from him.
All right, Ms. Wilson, this will conclude the student recognition portion of tonight's festivities. But I think I would be remiss if I didn't recognize that all of our recipients looked a lot like me. And that's, I'm joking, but I'm not. We hear a lot about, of course, our young people who are not doing the right thing. Oftentimes, they are young African-American boys. I think it's important that we see this and we recognize this, how important this is. All of them tonight.
Absolutely.
I just think it's worth noting.
Absolutely. And those are the types of things that we like to celebrate on social media.
Thank you. Yes, that's important too. Absolutely. All right, at this time, we have our staff who are going to be recognized, and they are going to be introduced, I do believe, by a supervisor in Human Resources, Ms. Charlene Ogburn. I'm looking around and hoping she's in the room. Here she is. All right, Ms. Charlene Ogburn. She is our fashionista here at Charles County Public Schools. Ms. Ogburn.
Thank you, Dr. Jones. All right, this is an exciting time as always. Good evening, Chairperson Wilson, Superintendent Dr. Navarro, board members, executive staff, colleagues, friends, and family. Again, I'm Charlene Ogburn from the Office of Human Resources, and we are going to today acknowledge our 5 exemplary employees. Our first recipient is Miss Sherry Mystery. She's an instructional assistant at North Point High School, and she's going to be represented by her principal, Mr. Dan Capel.
Ms. Sherry Mystery has been a part of the North Point family for several years. If an outsider were to observe her, they would likely remark about her quiet, unassuming nature. But do not let that fool you. Ms. Mystery leaves an impression wherever she goes. Ms. Mystery began her association with North Point High School as a daily sub. Soon, she joined the staff as an instructional assistant. Eventually, she became an amazing special education teacher at North Point. When her career goal changed a couple of years ago, she chose to step back into the role of an instructional assistant to have time to pursue a degree in counseling. While juggling her own education, she has proven to be a much sought-after IA throughout our school, specifically in our math department. In a typical school year, she is assigned as an instructional assistant to several math classes where she works closely with the classroom teacher to provide support to all students. She excels, however, with special education students. Ms. Mystery makes a point to understand each student's IEP and to implement strategies that will enable students to be successful. She's able to articulate a student's progress and needs to the teacher and case managers. She's also able to intuitively recognize when a student is in need of support, whatever that might be, including academic, emotional, and/or social support. She goes out of her way to seek appropriate school resources whenever she identifies a student in need. So what does Ms. Mystery do during a non-typical school year, such as we have experienced during the pandemic? She teaches. Last year, we called upon her to briefly substitute in a classroom while we worked to secure a more permanent solution. When a long-term sub was secured, she helped to transition that substitute into the new assignment. This year, when we were unable to secure a certified math teacher, Ms. Mystery stepped in and is currently teaching a full math schedule. Her students are succeeding. We are confident that they are in good hands with Ms. Mystery. At North Point High School, we often share a Woody Hayes quote, "You win with people." Ms. Mystery personifies that idea. For all these reasons, it is with great gratitude that North Point High School recognizes Ms. Sherry Mystery as an exemplary employee. Congratulations.
Sherry Mystery, it is, first of all, welcome and congratulations.
Thank you.
Thank you so much for stepping up when we needed you and where we needed you. And thank you for finding your way in helping our kids, whether you pursuing a degree in counseling or fulfilling other requirements set by your principal. You know, this is a challenging time, and we are always looking for ways to recognize professionals such as yourself that go the extra mile and dedicate it to our kids. So I hope that you accept this recognition as a small token of our appreciation. And we are very appreciative of all of the work, not only that you do, but all the other IAs in our school systems. We know that they are working extremely hard, and they are doing a lot of extra lifting. And you are a excellent example of the best and the brightest. So congratulations again.
Thank you.
And so at this time, would you like to take an opportunity to?
I would love to take this opportunity to thank a whole bunch of people, actually, if you don't mind. Good afternoon, first of all. I wanted to take this opportunity to thank my principal and the entire North Point admin team for their ability to listen, understand, and support staff and students. Ms. Hudson and the math department for sharing resources with me, just making this transition in teaching so much easier. The amount of work and help I get from my fellow teachers is amazing. My children, Firoz, Sonia, and Lena, who are in the back, for always showing me new ways of seeing things, all the love and support I get from them. My parents, my sister, my friends, my family, for all their love and support through a very unique year where my background that I'm studying towards is mental health. And I see these children, some of them we don't understand and we don't know exactly what they're going through at home. But when they come to school, they're out sometimes. And so I think it's important to distinguish between kids that are just have a stable life at home and kids that don't, and reach out to the ones that may have a little more trouble focusing in class. And I think that's where my background helps connect. It helps connect with students, and that is my passion. So I am so lucky to have this opportunity in this stage of my life to connect with a whole bunch of students. So thank you.
Well, your passion and commitment clearly comes through. So we are very grateful to have you here in Charles County Public Schools. Can we have your kids wave again in the background? Because at first they were like this. Your mom is being recognized.
Thank you.
So congratulations again. And
Thank
we
you.
have a small gift to present to you as a small token of our appreciation.
In the middle, yes.
Congratulations again, Miss Mystery. We thought those were your siblings back there. Awesome. Our next recipient is Ms. Mildred Alexander Moses, a pupil personnel worker from Matthew Henson Middle School, and she'll be represented by her principal, Christina Caballera.
Good afternoon. It is an honor to introduce you to Miss Alexander Moses, the pupil personnel worker at Matthew Henson. Mrs. Alexander Moses consistently goes above and beyond, serving the most vulnerable families at Matthew Henson. She has worked in Charles County Public Schools not only as a PPW, but as a school counselor for many years. She brings knowledge, experience, empathy, and kindness into our building every day. She facilitates our yearly Proof of Domicile campaign with great results and makes sure all of our students have their immunizations and live in our zone, and those are critical contributions to our student services team. However, her greatest acts of recognition would be her unwavering dedication to the families of Matthew Henson, ensuring they all have the resources to feel safe and successful, not only at school, but at home in our community. Mrs. Alexander Moses works tirelessly to monitor the attendance of our students, raising awareness through Spirit Weeks, building rapport with students through playing Jenga, monthly, weekly, and daily check-ins, all the while helping her students develop goals for the year. She builds relationships with many community organizations and works with them to provide crucial services and resources to our families, to include school supplies, food for the weekends, holiday meals, clothes, furnitures, eyeglasses, just to name a few. Because of her excellent communication and organization skills, we successfully collected 100% of our proofs of domicile, and I will say we were the first in the county, making sure 100% of our students have the necessary shots to attend school. And we know that she understands the unique circumstances of many of our families so that we can best serve all of our students. Miss Alexander Moses seeks out ways to connect with her families and her students using a multitude of translation, interpretation services, Google Voice to text families, Google Translate, and many other resources that other professionals may not deem necessary to use. When something doesn't work, she moves on to the next idea, even if that means learning new programs or technology. Miss Alexander Moses is an exemplary employee and an exemplary human being. Her contributions to Matthew Henson are in some ways unmeasurable, operating behind the scenes to support and bolster our families. But the work she does will undoubtedly leave a lasting impact on our future generations and our community. For these reasons, she is Matthew Henson's exemplary employee.
All
Congratulations.
right. So Ms. Moses, it's a pleasure to meet you and to welcome you here. It is an honor to recognize a PPW, definitely a hard worker. I guess the best way of describing you are a jack of all trades, to say the very least. And it is clear that you understand and you're committed to the students' well-being. And I could only imagine walking a mile in your shoes as far as the things that you get to do, get to see, and then just the commitment of getting things done. As your principal has indicated, I mean, it's just really amazing what our PPWs do. So it's really, really exciting to recognize you as a exemplary employee. So please get some rest over the holidays. We need you. We are grateful to have you. And I'd like to give you this opportunity to speak or recognize anyone you'd like to share this achievement with.
Okay, thank you very much. First of all, I want to thank the board members for the recognition, and I'm extremely grateful to be able to work under Ms. Cavalera's leadership, and so I definitely really appreciate the recognition and the selection for receiving the award. My goal as a people personnel worker is basically to bring a high level of compassion to what I do every single day, and I try to eliminate barriers for families and to anything that's impacting their students' success. My goal is, whether that's identifying resources that they need, but I really appreciate the admin team, the school counseling team, and the teachers for allowing me
and tapping into those resources that can be beneficial to our families. Sometimes I have an opportunity to work with families who I consider maybe experiencing a season of hardship. And so whether that's connecting them to a variety of different community resources, basically I just welcome all situations because that is what I do. I'm here to help families. So at the end of the day, I just feel like my job is very rewarding because it allows me to witness students experiencing what we call those turnaround moments. And so that is one thing that I am very proud of, to be in a position to have an opportunity to witness those turnaround moments. So, so once again, I just really appreciate being selected for the award, and thank you very much.
Hard work. And we wish you nothing but continued success.
Thank you.
So thank you. Congratulations.
Okay, congratulations. Thank you. Thank you very much. Congratulations again, Ms. Alexander Moses. Our next recipient is Mr. Logan Birchtold, a school counselor from Walter J. Mitchell Elementary School, and he's represented by Principal Nicholas Adam.
Good afternoon. It is my pleasure today to present to you Mr. Logan Birchtold as our exemplary employee. Parents said that Mr. Birchtold is patient, understanding, and helps them feel as if they have the tools to help their own kids. Students say that he is really nice and tries to help. When kids are sad, he makes them smile. Teachers tell me that Mr. Birchtold is always willing to help anyone, evident from all the times he is nominated to lead an initiative without even being in the room. Instead, being told afterwards and answering in typical Logan fashion, "Yeah, no problem, I got this." Logan started at Mitchell in 2018 and is truly a talented counselor, working with students at primary and intermediate levels. He does his best work helping students in crisis, without a doubt changing the course of a child's life for the better. He takes great pride in building motivation for struggling learners, helping them set, work towards, and achieve those goals. He serves not only as our school counselor, but also as a critical member of our leadership team. Logan is always taking the pulse of the building, assessing the needs of both students and staff. And regardless of who is in need, I can always count on Logan Birchtold to be in our corner, doing what it takes to help when called on. This year, more than any other, Logan has been called on as an extension of the administrative team, proving that he is a true asset to our school, our staff, and our students, and one who I rely on and value immensely. As principal, I admire Logan's ability to take on any and all tasks and deliver with exceptional results. His overall presence throughout the school building contributes to Walter J. Mitchell's positive vibe and cohesive culture. Logan has earned the respect of students, parents, and colleagues, which is evident by the nomination from the entire community. Mr. Birchtold is truly an awesome bulldog and so deserving of this recognition. I'm honored to present to you Mr. Logan Birchtold.
Well, Mr. Birchtold, it is a pleasure to meet you, and we are deeply honored to have you and recognize you for all of your outstanding work. Thank you for taking that extra step, especially during COVID, and thank you for adding to whatever is necessary to make the culture at Walter J. Mitchell uplifting and inspiring and supportive of the students. And we always welcome the opportunity to celebrate your success, because we know when you get in the trenches, you get very, very busy. I noticed in the update about you that you lead Move the World program. Would you take an opportunity and share with the public an example of that? Did you do something today with the Move the World program? And is it possible you could share what you did?
Yeah, sure. So I was actually talking with some first graders about this today. One of the Move This World strategies, programs, and it's very fitting for the time of the year. Is like call it a hot chocolate breath. It's part of taking deep breaths to to calming and relaxation. And I was talking about it, and the kids already knew it because they've learned it and moved this world. So, but it's just kind of a deep breathing exercise where they kind of hold like they're drinking some hot chocolate, and they breathe in like they're smelling it, and then they blow on it to cool it down. So it's a cool little thing that the kids really liked. But Move This World is a really great program to learn about different strategies for emotional management and things like that. And the kids do really enjoy it. They do really like it. They look forward to it.
Right.
And I know the teachers like it as well.
Well, I was extremely confident that if I asked you that question, the public can see what a dedicated professional and how at ease you are in doing these types of activities with our children. And we value that, and we appreciate that, and we wish you continued success. So keep up the good work.
Thank you.
And happy holidays to you, and please get plenty of rest, because we've got a lot more work for you to do going in the future. With that said, would you like to give a shout out to family, friends, colleagues?
Yeah, I definitely would like just to shout out my administration team, Mr. Adam, Mrs. Carrington. They're extremely supportive of me and have my back and allow me to really be the best counselor I am. Just really appreciative of them. And just a real quick shout out to the Mitchell staff in general. I moved down here not knowing anybody, was really kind of just a real kind of quick decision, and the whole Mitchell staff and community has really made it feel like home, and they've been very welcoming, and I really appreciate the support that I've given from them. And I guess just a quick shout out to my parents, because I know they'll be upset if I don't say something. They're listening.
Well, thank you for being that exemplary employee, being that great counselor, and for all the counselors that are watching, we are very thankful for all of the hard work. We know that they're working extremely hard and stressful, and you're a great example, you're a great representation of your profession. So keep up the good work, and happy holidays.
Same to you. Thank you very much.
Congratulations again, Mr. Birchtold. Our fifth and final exemplary employee, Ms. Beverly Gaskins, a special education instructional assistant from Mary B. Neal Elementary, and she'll be represented by her principal, Ms. Debbie Brown.
Good afternoon again. I have the distinct honor to introduce Mrs. Beverly Gaskins, an instructional assistant at Mary B. Neal Elementary. And she is our exemplary employee this year. I can think of no one who deserves this recognition more than she does. Mrs. Gaskin makes our school a better place simply by her presence. Her energy and spirit are remarkable. Mrs. Gaskins collaborates with the special educators with whom she works. She has worked in this position for over 6 years, and her skill and knowledge make her a vital member of this team. She lives in the community and knows the community. Ms. Gaskins works well with all children, but especially so with students who may be experiencing social or behavioral difficulties. She has such a gentle and compassionate manner with our students that she is often the adult that students will seek out when in crisis. She speaks in a calming voice, and students feel safe. They trust her. I often call her the kid whisperer. She truly makes a difference with our students. Teachers appreciate her willingness to help our students, whether they have an IEP or not. She knows most of our students by name and knows their siblings and parents. Mrs. Gaskins is always willing to do whatever needs to be done whenever it needs to be done. The shortage of substitutes has caused us to have to move assistants to cover classes, and Mrs. Gaskins is always positive when she is asked, even though it means that she is unable to cover her own students that day. I know that if Ms. Gaskins is covering a classroom, that the students will be engaged, on task, and learning. Mrs. Gaskins has been a member of our PTO since I've known her, and she heads up our Box Tops project. She makes a difference at Neal because she absolutely cares about all of our students and our staff. She brings concerns to my attention when she sees them, but she always comes with suggestions and the willingness to contribute to the solution. Ms. Gaskins works extremely hard from the moment she arrives until the moment she leaves each day. She supports the work that the Special Education Department does and is capable of working independently without direct supervision. Mrs. Gaskins makes sure that she is prepared for each lesson that she teaches and for each child for whom she works. Mrs. Gaskins does not have downtime because if she finds herself with a few extra minutes, she will go to check on how a student is doing or to find a student who may need, a teacher who may need an extra pair of hands. Mrs. Gaskins is a lifelong learner and often does research to learn strategies that may help her meet the needs of our students. Several years ago, we had a 5th grader who was in crisis. We worried about him socially, emotionally, and academically. He would elope and act out in dangerous ways towards himself and others. Mrs. Gaskins was assigned to work with that young man. Ms. Gaskins worked to build a relationship with the student, and though it took some time, she didn't give up. Eventually, she became his safe harbor. She was often the only one who was able to calm his anxiety and to get him to be able to go back into his classroom so that he would be available for learning. I know that she kept him from hurting himself more than once. Her hard work and passion for children gave this child a safe space to be. I appreciate Ms. Gaskins' dedication to children, and I am inspired by her kindness and patience. She is an important member of our Neal family, whom I count on every single day. It is with much love and pride that I introduce Bev to you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Mrs. Gaskins, it is a pleasure to have you here today to recognize all of your hard work, to be called a kid's whisperer, or to be referenced in the capacity of safe harbor. That is a lot of heavy lifting where it is needed the most, and to do it so passionately and to do it in such a way that gains the utmost trust of parents and administration, that is quite an honor. And I know that you work extremely hard, and we appreciate your commitment. I sincerely mean that, and I know that these are very challenging times. And so I want to exploit every opportunity in a public setting to show our gratitude to your professionalism. A thank you is not enough, but just taking this moment to celebrate your success, because when you're successful, our children are successful. And we just want to bring a smile to your face. I'm hoping that the holidays does bring you some downtime, because you do deserve some rest, because we're going to need you going forward. But I just wanted to make sure that you felt loved and honored and respected, because you deserve it, just like many of your professionals. So thank you for what you do every day for our children in Charles County Public Schools.
Thank you.
So at this time, would you like to give a shout out or a thank you or
yes.
Is that your honey in the back?
Yes. My
Are
husband
these
and
your
my daughter.
are the loved ones in the back? Can you wave? Yes. Yeah. You're part of the family too.
Yes, I just want to say thank you for the recognition, and what a privilege it is to work at a school where the administration goes out of their way to make sure we feel appreciated. I have thank you notes on everything from fancy cards to paper bags from students and the administration, from the teachers, and I keep everyone because I really appreciate that that people just take the time to say thank you. So I feel privileged to be seen, to be heard, to feel appreciated at our school every day.
Well, thank you, and if that's what it takes, we're going to send 100 pages of thank you notes in your direction. But seriously, thank you for what you do, and for all those IAs in special education that take that extra mile. God bless all of you, and you're a great representation of excellence, so thank you.
Thank you.
Could you come a little, Mrs. Got it. Congratulations.
Congratulations again, Ms. Gaskins. There is a reason why I wear glasses. I missed Mr. Joseph Evans. He is actually our last exemplary employee. Mr. Evans is a science teacher at Mattawoman Middle School, and he's going to be represented by Principal Sonia Blue.
Every now and then, a principal will meet an educator who exhibits a deep sense of purpose. He or she is in tune with their charge to ignite excitement and promise in the students they encounter. As the young people say, Mr. Joseph Evans understands the assignment. Mr. Evans is a proud graduate of North Point High School, and when I say proud, I do mean proud. He must have had a great time in high school because he is committed to providing an amazing middle school experience to the students at Mattawoman Middle School. His school's spirit is unparalleled, as evidenced by the many successful PBIS activities he has produced over the years. From spirit weeks that would wake the dead, school dances that would make Soul Train blush, and the infamous all-night honor roll pajama parties. Students will never forget those. They remind me every time they see me around town. Mr. Evans is the consummate educator. He holds students to high standards and then works tirelessly to help them achieve set standards. Mr. Evans is a certified AVID teacher and uses AVID strategies in his instructional approach with children. You see, Mr. Evans has an instructional plan that has worked well for him over the years. It begins first with a classroom environment that is print-rich and vibrant. Each year, staff, students, and myself, we cannot wait to see what Mr. Evans' theme will be for the school year. This year, it's Under the Sea. His entire ceiling is a calming blue color with literally everything you can find from under the sea hanging out of the ceiling. It is peaceful, it is calming, it is exciting. After creating an exciting climate, Mr. Evans knows there must be exciting lessons to follow. One of my favorite lessons occurs in the beginning of the year when he has students work in groups to write and perform a science lab safety rap video. Mr. Evans finds the instrumental version of a song they would like to rap over, or he even helps students create their own beats. I love that one. Or maybe it's when he takes them outside to blow up pumpkins in order to see the effects dry ice has in a closed space. I love that one. The sheriff department, not so much. Or maybe it's the lesson on Newton's law, where they find that they can pull a mat from under a table setting without disrupting the items on top, thus concluding that the mass allows the items to stay in place as long as equal force is applied. I really like that one. But no, I think it's definitely the roller coaster project, where students study potential and kinetic energy to design a roller coaster which turns and loops, and they have to have a certain number of loops, and the passengers must remain in the roller coaster. As you can see, it's difficult to pick a favorite lesson when Mr. Evans is your teacher. But this plan that he has put together is working. The final component to his instructional plan, Mr. Evans understands that children don't care how much you know until they know how much you care. So how does he show he cares? He gets to know his students outside of the classroom. Mr. Evans has served or is serving or will serve as the basketball coach, the volleyball coach, the track coach, the field coach, and yes, knew nothing about golf and the golf coach. He even tried his hand at coaching the short-lived middle school baseball tournament. Knew nothing about coaching baseball. He just wants to have a good time with kids, and he just wants to give kids the best middle school experience he possibly can. So, Mr. Evans, you are truly deserving to be recognized this evening, and you should be recognized tomorrow night and the night and the night after that. You are an amazing, phenomenal, and stellar colleague. It has been my pleasure to work with such an energetic, helpful, and astute educator. I wish you well in your future educational endeavors, and I know that you will continue to make your mark on Charles County Public Schools. It is my pleasure to know you. Congratulations.
So, Mr. Evans, let's get back to this Soul Train dance that will make you blush. Is there a particular song that you like to play that, you know, gets the groove going?
Well, one of our theme songs at Mattawoman is Celebration.
Okay.
So we normally always do that one, but the students also like to see the staff get involved. So kind of we do like a flash mob thing where the kids start, but then the staff will kind of join in,
Right.
which they kind of get a kick out of that too.
No
'cause-
twerking, right?
Yeah.
Well, you know, one of the greatest traits of a great teacher is their ability to make the classroom environment exciting. I'm sitting here getting a clear visual of what is going on in your classroom, and it is a tremendous learning and environment. And that excitement just truly bleeds out, and we appreciate that excitement, especially since COVID and virtual and the kids needing to have that experience in person. And I look forward to coming by and seeing your classroom under the sea with all the blue. And you keep up the good work, because we need teachers just like you. And so we are very appreciative of your hard work and your commitment, and I'm sure the kids love you to death. So Merry Christmas to you. And at this time, is there anything that you'd like to share?
Yes. Good afternoon, Dr. Navarro, board members, guests, family, and friends. I first want to thank you for this recognition today. I am just one of many staff members at Mattawoman, also known as the Magic Kingdom, who is worthy of this honor. Being a proud product of Charles County and graduating from North Point High School, class of 2011, teaching science in the same classroom that I had when I was in 6th grade is something that I don't take for granted. I am happy to work in a school system that did so much for me as a student, and now I get to pay back by helping students be the best that they can be. I want to thank my family, both who are here and watching online. Without your support and motivation, I wouldn't be here today. The next person has been a tremendous role model and stakeholder in my life. She has shaped me into the educator I am today. Thank you, Principal Blue, for your leadership, your dedication, willingness to grow teachers into leaders and who can believe that they can change the world. I look at you and I say I want to be an administrator just like her. I am forever grateful for you, and I could never thank you enough for being such a great role model. I want to thank Dr. Jones, Dr. Gill, Ms. Lewis, for giving me the first opportunity in Charles County Public Schools as a substitute and instructional assistant. I want to thank my work family from Jennifer Elementary, Matthew Henson, Mattawoman Middle School, especially Ms. Buck, Ms. Stackhouse, Mr. Brock, Ms. Churchwell, Ms. Haskins, Ms. Jones, Ms. Sherman, Mr. Baker, Mr. Carroll, Ms. Parker, and anyone else who I might have forgot. I'm sorry. Lastly, my students, former and current. I'm so happy to be your teacher and wake up every morning happy to teach you. You are amazing. You have such a bright future. Remember, when challenges arise, you can conquer them by hard work and dedication, and know that you always have somebody in your corner rooting for you. I am truly happy with my time in Charles County. I look forward to the many more opportunities with Charles County Public Schools. Thank you.
Thank you.
Congratulations again, Mr. Evans, and he's dressed sharp too. Can we congratulate all of our exemplary employees one more time?
Yeah. Yeah.
Thank you, and I'll turn it back over to you, Chairperson Wilson.
Oh, thank you, Ms. Arbor. So at this time, we have nothing else until 6 o'clock. Please be in place so that we can start immediately at 6 p.m. Thank you. Welcome back, everyone, to the Charles County Board of Education meeting for December 14th, 2021. Mr. Schwartz,
I'll read the rules for public forum. Speakers should identify themselves. Statements should be brief to the point and limited to 3 minutes or less. Board members should not be expected to respond during the forum to statements made by speakers. Statements should relate to Charles County Board of Education agenda items or any education-related topic with the following limitations. Personnel matters, pending or potential appeals, or the comments regarding the actions or statements of individual staff or the private lives of any individual are not appropriate topics. Proper language and decorum are required at all times. This evening we have one speaker in person and several speakers virtually. Our in-person speaker is Melissa Carpenter.
Good evening. My name is Melissa Carpenter. I am a lifelong Charles County resident, graduate of CCPS, as well as a teacher here. A few weeks ago, I asked educators at about 20 schools how many of their schools have been fully staffed for the school year. One responded yes, 1 of 20. Although that's not a full survey, I think the Board of Ed would be able to provide the full information on that. And although it might not seem like a big issue, any position open is a huge issue in our schools. Take, for instance, a classroom teacher resigning. And now ILT, administrators, front office staff, everyone is pulling in to make it work for that classroom. So the new teachers get put on the back burner, less support. It's more difficult to get interventions set up for a growing number of students that need them. And another position is becoming too much, so the special ed IA resigns. There is no one to fill the position, so they sit empty. The special ed teachers are now overwhelmed. They can't fill all the hours. More school staff are overwhelmed, more find other jobs, and more resign. We hear spiraling. I watch these Board of Ed meetings where new ideas are introduced, new plans. But us in the school, we can barely keep up with the last plans. I feel like I've been screaming at the top of my lungs that these resignations have been coming for months. And nothing with workload has changed, unless you count increasing. At this point, we don't need to worry about judging student growth. We aren't going to have the educators to blame. When is enough enough? When will you give us the time we need to do our job? The blueprint in 2024 is not going to turn things around. It's going to be too late. If you gave us the time to plan, time for analyzing data, time for making instructional time count in our schools, then our students could make the growth and our school staff would not be burning out at record rates. I'm watching the profession become a massive weight, and I worry our students are seeing it too. I worry our students will avoid education professions. I worry we will not have the next generation of educators because we don't show we value educators. I worry teachers becoming synonymous with martyr, and it shouldn't be. Since only one of you has responded to my emails over the last few months, I'm losing hope. But I will say again, as I've said since May, I hope this starts the conversation with teachers and not about us, because we want to do what is best for our students, for our schools, and for our community.
Our remaining speakers are virtual. I'll turn it over to Ms. Mackey.
We have one virtual speaker on this evening. Mr. Torres, can you please unmute yourself and turn on your camera if you'd like, please?
Yes, I can. Thank you. All right here. That's all. Good here. Good evening, everybody. My name's Josh Torres. I work at John Hanson Middle School. So I'll get right into it here. In the last panel, I have addressed the board and asked for their transparency and accountability when it comes to decisions regarding the COVID protocol. I posed thought-provoking questions regarding the efficiency of COVID protocols, such as the masks and the potential vaccine mandates. I'd like to continue along with that lines tonight. In the past year, we've all seen a lot of professional health experts, many of which who have come out with a lot of good, thorough information regarding SARS-CoV-2, while others seem to be more interested in pushing a narrative rather than giving valuable information and looking at facts regarding the reality of SARS-CoV-2. What seems to be clear to me, as I'm sure it is to many of you, is that there seems to be a lot of inconsistencies amongst the media and the CDC that has impacted state and local protocol regarding COVID. We should wear the masks. No, we shouldn't. Your mask protects you from me. My mask protects me from you, etc. The phrase "we follow the science" is a phrase I've heard more this year than throughout my entire life. So I say to you, what happens when science is flawed? What happens when numbers and data in the medical profession are manipulated to push a certain outcome? What happens when the media pushes half-truths, misinformation? Essentially what happens when everything becomes political. Each meeting I've looked at since the beginning of 2021 just solely focuses on infection rates and case numbers as justification for these policies. During the October board meeting, Dr. Jen Abney pointed out that roughly 340 kids have died from SARS-CoV-2 in the 0 to 17 demographic. While every death from COVID is absolutely a tragedy, let's put this into perspective. You're looking at stats over a 20-month period. So if you're going to look at COVID, which has a 98 to 99.74% survivability rate, depending on age, in a more thorough and honest way, let's compare that to the deaths of the same demographic with the flu. Not over 20 months, but over a year. That's just a point. Yet the CDC stopped reporting flu cases prior to the pandemic. How convenient. What about the deaths caused by the effects of the COVID pandemic, not COVID itself, but the actual pandemic? How many teen suicides were there as a result of the pandemic? What about the psychological impact it's had on all of us, the toll it's taken on the families? What about all the jobs lost, the people who lost their businesses, their livelihoods? Our economy was devastated. What about the effects it's had on public school systems right now in America that all of us are talking about? The shortages. The teacher and staff shortage, the fiscal impact it's having on all of us. Sorry, a little bit redundant there. Isn't that worth something? If we're going to treat COVID like it's a big bad wolf, let's look at all these areas. Let's not pretend that we're in danger over solely case numbers and transmission rates, because to do so would be a lie. Such is the case with the new Omicron variant, which was pumped up by the media to be some big bad thing, when the fact of the matter is, most doctors, it's being reported to be much less virulent than the original strain of COVID. Because reputable doctors, shortly finished, Because reputable doctors and epidemiologists are aware viruses mutate because they try to survive. That we have an immune system when we take proper vitamin and mineral supplementation, do proper protocol, such as exercise and sleep, that works just fine. That these same doctors realize that early treatments is key to all of this. That there are effective remedies that are being demonized by mainstream media when there's plenty of factual information published which proves their efficacy. All these things need to be taken into account. I think it's safe to say the way the entire situation has been handled has been extremely ineffective. If something is so effective, why do we constantly need to be told to do it? Don't we know that? Isn't it ingrained in us by now? When Governor Hogan says just wear the damn mask, get the damn vaccine, red flags go up for me when I see these things. Is Governor Hogan going to come into my classroom every day and make sure my kids are 6 feet apart, 3 feet apart? Can we see the nonsense and the non-science in this? When VAERS reports are showing more adverse reactions and death reported from this so-called vaccine in less than a year than any other vaccines combined, red flags go up for me. I understand we all have different views on this, but no matter what your view is, these things, they become a problem when you try to force this on people against their free will. And that's the exact thing that's being done right now. We have Constitution that protects us from these things. We have body autonomy. I'm almost finished here. We choose what's good for us and what's not. That's all our individual responsibility. Yet somehow we've all been hoodwinked into thinking we're all some infectious disease carrying individuals that are going to make others sick and possibly cause their death. This is simply not the case. Thankfully, hold on, I'm almost done here. Thankfully, I see more and more health professionals talking about these things. We can see the breakdown of systems all around us. Are we going to wear masks on our faces for the rest of our lives? Are we going to follow unconstitutional mandates under the guise of our health and safety and protecting others when nothing could be further from the truth? How long am I going to hear Mr.
I will entertain a motion to accept the general meeting minutes for November the 9th, 2021. Moved by Ms. Abel.
Second.
Second by Ms. Brown. All in favor, raise your hands. All opposed? Any abstain? Mrs. Battle Lockhart abstains. All others support. Work session minutes for November 22nd, 2021. I will entertain a motion to accept.
I move to accept.
Moved by Ms. Brown. Second. Second by Mr. Hancock. By a show of hands, those that in support. Any opposed? Any abstain? Ms. Abel abstains, all others supports. Motion carries. Personnel. I will entertain personnel matters.
Move to accept.
Moved by Mr. Lucas.
Second.
Second by Mrs. McGraw. All those in favor by show of hands. Motion carries.
Didn't we have 2 executive session minutes?
Executive session for November 9th, 2021.
So moved.
Moved by Ms. Abel.
Second.
Second by Ms. Brown. All those in favor? Motion carries. Any other? I didn't.
November 2nd.
November 2nd, executive session, 2021.
So moved.
Moved by Mrs. McGraw.
Second.
Second by Ms. Abel. All those in favor? Motion carries.
Motion to adjourn.
Motion to adjourn by Mrs. McGraw.
Second.
Second by Mr. Hurd. All those in favor? Motion carries.
Happy holidays.
Happy holidays, everyone.
Merry Christmas.